you Welcome to Blockster TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and today I'm pleased to be with the founder and CEO of Blockchain of Things, Andre De Castro. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you here. Before we get into talking about your company, I'd like to know the story of how you came up with the name, because it's really interesting. It's easy to remember. Can you tell us that story?
Yeah, so around 2014, I had the idea of starting to build a platform to make it really easy for corporations to take advantage of the global Bitcoin blockchain. And the Internet of Things was all the rage. And I thought to myself, you know, someday everything should be on the blockchain. So then logically it came to me that maybe I should call the company Blockchain of Things. It goes beyond devices, because I think that we could create tokens and we can track everything on the blockchain going into the future beyond just monetary value.
Absolutely, and that's what's interesting about his company is they are doing some things, and I'll let him get into the details, that a few years ago people didn't think was necessarily possible. So can you explain a little bit of the details of how it works?
Yeah, so we produce a product called Catenis. Catenis means chains in Latin, and what it allows you to do is build applications, all sorts of applications, or integrate existing applications into the global Bitcoin blockchain.
Okay.
Right? Where typically people think that they would need a different chain to build smart contracts and things of that nature, we allow you to do it and leverage the most renowned, most secure blockchain with the largest footprint in the world.
That's fantastic. Now, one of the things that's interesting about your company is that there's a component that you don't have that we talked about just a little bit earlier, about the one thing that you can't do, and that's actually exchange Bitcoin on it. And can you explain why that's not part of it and the value then of the underlying what you are providing?
Absolutely. So Bitcoin is traditionally thought of as a value transference mechanism.
Sure.
Or value storage. And we come at it a little bit differently. We are second layer technology. And today, if you want to transfer value very inexpensively, you could use the Lightning Network. We have our own second layer technology, and what we've done to make it really simple for companies and even tinkerers, small guys, to use our platform is we've abstracted Bitcoin from Bitcoin, meaning that you never have to hold custody or take liability of Bitcoin. Our APIs communicate under the covers, create the transactions, manage the keys, manage the flow of Bitcoin, all transparent to our users. All they do is connect, build quickly, and get their product to market.
That is absolutely brilliant. the thing that you just touched on that I think it will be interesting for folks who maybe don't have programming background is you have a workflow system. You talked about it being easier than maybe normal where you have to write all the code.
Right, absolutely.
That's a terribly phrased question.
So they're called low code platforms.
Yes.
They're all the rage right now. And the idea is that you can get 80 to 90% of your product built without writing all of the code. So it's a drag and drop palette that you bring together the logic, right?
Sure.
So you could be a business user and say, oh, this is what I want it to trigger. This is what I want it to do. You assemble it visually, and it produces code in the background for you that later you can embed inside of your production application. So it allows you to wire things, the business logic of your application fairly quickly, test it, see what you got wrong or right, run it through other individuals who can give you feedback, right?
Uh-huh.
And get you 90% of the way there. So we also have integrated that into the platform.
Well, 90%. What would be a typical development time savings by using your platform because of those tools?
Oh, substantial, from 80 to 90%.
Yeah, that's absolutely remarkable. In any development project, there's the dev side is an expensive component, so you're saving companies money by getting them
to market quicker.
Get them to market more quickly. Now, when did your company begin?
We incorporated in 2015.
Okay.
My background is engineering.
Tell me about your background. Okay.
Yeah, my background's in engineering. So, academically, computer science degree, your typical nerd who likes to play with technology.
Sure.
So I started envisioning it and thinking about how I could abstract Bitcoin from Bitcoin and manage all of that on the blockchain. So we don't have any central databases. Everything gets recorded and managed on the blockchain. And it took some time,
Yeah.
By 2015, I had gotten some interest from G Global Research, who asked me to do a show there. And in July of that year, I decided I have to incorporate and go full time on this.
What were you doing at that prior to that?
I was working at in fintech at Citigroup.
Oh, so yeah, you have some other knowledge base that you're bringing into it that was probably helpful. Do you recall what the moment was, or when you discovered Bitcoin and started understanding it well enough to then plant the seed for what later grew into your company?
Interesting, because I'm probably one of the oldest guys in the whole Bitcoin space. So I really got involved in Bitcoin around the 2012 timeframe.
Oh,
yeah. And I always wanted to build a little app, and I was going to build an ATM in your pocket app. But then I realized that it dealt with money transmission in the country. And then I said, oh, maybe that's not the best way to go. So then I started to envision what could be useful for companies and for the industry overall to use the global Bitcoin blockchain, always being a Bitcoin maximalist and believing that Bitcoin will eat the world one day.
Absolutely. Well, I saw on your website you have quite a few existing users. Can you talk about your user base?
Yeah, we have a user base that spans our application. Okay, we're growing a community base bigger and bigger. One of the challenges that we have as opposed to other projects is that we're not a project, right? So we're not there promoting a coin or we're not an open source project where we're bringing a bunch of developers to play with the code. We're a traditional software company, right?
Absolutely.
So we don't build a user base like traditional projects do, right? So we do that by acquisition of customers and people who play with the product.
So if somebody listening is interested in the product, is it a subscription service? How does one get involved as far as to begin to use the tools that you've just explained to us?
So initially we would charge for the tool, but we started getting a lot of questions because people didn't believe you could build on the Bitcoin blockchain.
Okay.
And I got to a point where I said, okay, the proof has to be in the pudding. So today you can go to the website, get a free account, and have the full power of the product, build your whole solution, only it runs on testnet. Testnet is a parallel network to the mainnet of Bitcoin. It's identical, only it's not a production blockchain. And then after you build it on testnet, when you want to move it to production,
Sure.
you call us up and we talk about an annual license with you.
That is a really brilliant idea, because if somebody's does, like you said, if they don't believe it can be done, they can do all the work, and then when it is done and they've got their baby there ready to give to the world, then they're ready to.
Absolutely. And the
Put in
company has been working real hard, not only on the low code drag and drop platform, but recently we released 10
Mhm.
WordPress Gutenberg blocks.
Oh, really?
So WordPress is probably the most popular website
Absolutely. I've
creation
used-
management system. And they have these little apps they call Gutenberg blocks. So we initially released 10 of them, so you can just pop them on your screen and interact with the
Wow.
Bitcoin blockchain, so you don't have to write code. And you could build a pretty user interface with other WordPress tools. And we're building more and more into that. We want to make it dead simple for non-programmers and large companies alike to take advantage of the global Bitcoin blockchain at a global scale.
That is absolutely incredible. You've given us a lot to think about. I appreciate you taking the time, Andre, to sit down and talk with us. Again, it's Blockchain of Things. Look them up online and get started building your next vision. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Welcome to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and I'm thrilled today to be with Ivan, the founder and CEO of Pennyworks. Welcome to the show, Ivan.
Pleasure to be here.
Ivan has a really interesting story. Normally, we start out talking about the company, but I love the story of how the company came about. Can you tell us the history?
Sure. So I started in quantitative finance about over a decade ago. So I was always very interested in both technology, finance, and as well as economics. And so when we first heard about Bitcoin, this was in 2012, 2013, we were immediately hooked. So we started trading Bitcoin on Mt. Gox, which was one of the earliest digital asset exchanges that there was out there. And we always wanted to keep in touch because we saw that blockchain technology, and it seemed to be kind of a paradigm shift in terms of how you can deal with banking. And we were working in finance at the time at a bank. So it was very pertinent to us. We thought this could be the future. And in order for us to make sure that we understood the pulse of blockchain technology,
Sure.
we started a crypto mining company in 2016. And this was in the early days when there was no professional kind of miners that you could buy. So we would be scouring the internet on Best Buy and all the staples for graphics cards. And then we rented out a little WeWork office in Brooklyn. It was literally like the size of a box, and it would be filled with computers. And we would just be building them up overnight and then shipping out to the data center to mine crypto. At some point, like the Best Buy people was like, "Are you a wholesaler?" I'm like, no. I was like, nobody buys this many graphics cards. I was like, well, we're doing, GPU mining, and they're like, what is that? And that's when you know that you're pretty early and you're onto something.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so, did you ever consider going the route of becoming a wholesaler just to have access to more of them?
That was a good idea, but we realized that, over time, there are people that are already wholesalers that you can just contact, and then
Sure.
they're able to give us graphics cards. So when you do a big facility, when we started, we just took all the brands and anything like that. And as a consumer, you can't notice because you're just dealing with one or two. But when you have thousands, it's very important that they're identical so that you understand how to maintain them.
I wouldn't have thought of that, as I'm not a miner.
Right.
I bought a mining unit maybe in 2017,
Yeah.
and it needed 240 to
That's
plug
right.
in, and
That's right.
I just was too lazy to ever set it up. I regret
Yes.
not unplugging my dryer because
Yeah.
I could have lived with wet clothes
That's right.
and had Bitcoin. It was
Right.
bad. It was a bad decision. But we want to hear more about Pennyworks, because this mining company that you had then led to the idea of taking your knowledge from the finance sector
Yes.
and combining the two. So tell us about Pennyworks.
Exactly. So we were in, fixed income portfolio management for a very long time. So we understood fixed income securities very well. By that time, 2020, we were already mining in our facility for over 4 years. So, hey, we saw that we understood the technology. We probably are as a subject matter expert in this topic as anybody else. And we understood the financial portion of it, which was fixed income and lending and borrowing. And so when we saw the marketplace for decentralized lending boom, we thought this was our opportunity to finally go full time and start a company that would be able to fill this need for people that need fixed income.
That's absolutely fantastic. One of the things that we talked about off camera is that you started the company and did your due diligence first. You're focused on being compliant right out of the gate, which is not always something companies do. How long of a process was it to get all of those ducks in a row, so to speak?
Well, it is definitely a little bit difficult. So if you were a crypto native company and you wanted to launch a DeFi protocol, a lot of times what you can do is you can paste the code that already exists for another protocol, change some of the parameters, create a nice front end, which is also a lot of it is open source. And then you're up and running in less than 3 months. You don't have any paperwork. You don't even have to register a company, none of
really?
that stuff, right? But as a regular company, we have to make sure we're registered. We have to have legal documents in place because every time an investor engages with us, we are selling them security. And so we need to make sure that they understand the risks that are involved with investing in our platform.
Oh, that's fantastic. So let's talk about the investment side. Can you tell us a little bit about the return, a little bit about the minimum investment for those that are watching that may be interested?
Yes. So currently we're launching a product at the conference, and when we open, it's limited to accredited investors with a minimum investment of $25,000.
Okay.
And the way that the investment works is very similar to, say, auto lending or mortgage lending, where we take our funds and we lend it onto the blockchain, but in exchange, the borrower gives us collateral. So, for example, every dollar of collateral that they give us, we will lend out 75 cents or 85 cents. And that means that we have a fairly risk protected investment, because Bitcoin price or Ethereum price could go down by 15% and we'll still be able to collect on our loans.
Very good. And let's talk about the collateral. Are people providing collateral in the form of cryptocurrency? Is it regular collateral, like an existing home mortgage?
It's cryptocurrency, and it's mostly on Ethereum virtual machine compatible blockchains.
Okay.
And the reason for that is you can actually do all of the escrowing, all of the collections, and all of the repayments directly on the blockchains, which minimizes the delay between when you need to call the loan and when you get the money back. And
that's interesting. I want to
Yes.
touch on that, because in a typical bank, what sort of time does one have as far as the delay versus what you're able to offer?
well, think about it. If you have an auto loan and the guy doesn't pay, you need to actually go collect the car,
Sure.
right? And the people at the bank branches, they're not the ones that are set up to collect the car. So first you have to file the paperwork, make sure you have the lien on the car all set up, and then you have to even call the collector, maybe even, try to call them multiple times throughout, I don't know, a few weeks or months.
Sure.
And then after a final kind of attempt, you need to send in the collection agency. And there's even popular shows about like collection agencies going under the night and just taking a car in the middle of the day, right? But the whole process takes like 3 to 6 months. And for houses even longer, right? It could be like 6 months.
And that's an enormous amount of expense for the banks. That says to me that you have an extraordinary competitive advantage versus a Citibank or Bank of America.
Exactly.
How large a company do you have, as far as how many people does it take to run this operation?
So right now we have eight people. And then effectively, the investment process is scalable. It works the same with $1 million as with $10 million, with $100 million. And it's very similar to when I was at Bank of America. We were under the chief investment office, and our group managed 20% of the bank's asset, which was $400 to $500 billion back then.
Yeah.
Now it's well over $1 trillion. And the investment management team was just 10 people.
Oh, wow. But again, if you're comparing to these large corporate traditional banks,
Yes.
they have offices, they have enormous amounts of overhead.
Right.
And I assume the reason that one earns almost nothing on a savings account is because they have to pay that. And so
Exactly.
that's the beauty of what you're doing. You're able to offer more.
Exactly. For traditional bank, you have hundreds of thousands of ATMs, and you have thousands of branches. All of those cost
Sure.
money to maintain. That increases essentially your cost of funding. So even though you're paying depositors 0% on their checking account, you still have to amortize the cost of being able to service them. So it could be 1-2% more just to maintain those branches and be able to collect the funds.
I would assume. Well, tell me about, are you global? Are you US based? I assume with every new country that you go into, you would have different regulations,
Exactly.
and it makes it more complex. What is your status right now as far as which folks in the world can actually take advantage of this?
Very straightforward. We're doing the most minimal, simplistic product. We're only open to US investors right now.
Okay.
And our product is essentially like a money market fund, because you fund the investment and you receive the yield on a daily basis. And if you don't like it, you redeem your securities. That's it.
That's absolutely brilliant. Well, I have to tell you, I've really enjoyed talking to you today. This is fascinating stuff. And I think for people that are hearing this for the first time, the advantages that a company like Pennyworks has are extraordinary. The competitive advantage with the expenses is why they're able to give people reasonable returns on their money, because 0.75% is almost a rounding error.
That's right. That's right.
This has been. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about future plans for the company? Any exciting other news?
Yeah, so we're a very nimble company, so we love to go where the customer demand is, right? And so, as we mentioned on our Bitcoin conference, we plan to offer for users that are more comfortable with crypto and are familiar with how to interact with crypto, a potential crypto version of the same product.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So instead of having dollars earning dollars, you could have crypto earning crypto, and that's a natural transition because for a lot of holders of Bitcoin, it's very important for them to maintain that exposure. But if you're doing that, might as well earn some income while you're at it. And so that's kind of the value proposition.
That is absolutely fantastic. Do you have an estimated time when that would be available? Because I'm sure there's people listening right now that as soon as they heard the deposit their crypto, their ears perked up.
Yeah, I mean, we love to offer in the second half of this year.
Okay.
Definitely, we're running as fast as possible to get these products out. So look out for our announcements.
Well, very good. Well, I'm sure a lot of people are excited to hear more about Pennyworks and follow them. Of course, you can find them online. Ivan, thank you so much for taking
Brian,
the time to stop in.
Likewise, thank
Wonderful.
you.
Hey Blocksters, you are chilling with Will, and today I am chilling with Malcolm Chisholm, who is a good friend and a former, I guess, business associate or
Mercenary.
coworker. We worked together on Wall Street back in the day, and here we've been reunited at Bitcoin 2022. So very cool to see you, sir.
And you will. Thank you for the invitation.
Yes, absolutely. So back in the day, we were trading investment tips or sort of trading our thoughts about the economy, about gold and silver, and then that sort of shifted to Bitcoin, and here we are. So,
Right.
Yeah. And you are living in
Orlando, Florida, and El Salvador. Sometimes.
drum roll, right? Which is what we want to talk to you about today,
Right.
for obvious reasons. With their embrace of Bitcoin as legal tender. So, tell us about life in El Salvador.
Well, El Salvador is the smallest country in the Americas. It's about the size of New Jersey or Israel, and it's located on the southern, I would say, side of Central America. It only has a Pacific coast, not a Caribbean coast. It's the most densely populated country in the Americas, and it's got a history going back 500 years, and obviously it's a developing country. But the hope now is that with the embrace of Bitcoin
Yes.
and maybe crypto beyond Bitcoin,
Yes.
that they're going to be able to advance the economy to leapfrog into a more developed status. And also, it's going to give ordinary people greater freedom in general. So that's where we are
Right.
today.
So the promises are big. Now, when we read the articles about the president of El Salvador doing all these amazing things with the volcano bonds and the Bitcoin city, like my thoughts, like I conjure up, oh, there's a Bitcoin ATM on every corner. I mean, what is the reality?
There are Bitcoin ATMs, but they
Wow.
are not on every corner.
Okay.
But they do exist. I've used them.
Okay.
So going back to the volcano bonds, that's not such a leap of the imagination, because El Salvador has for many, many years had geothermal energy. Okay,
Right.
it's got volcanoes there. It's very active seismically. They have a lot of hydroelectric power
Yes.
as well.
Yes.
They also produce power by burning bagasse, which is the byproduct of sugarcane cultivation. But the volcanoes, as it were, the geothermal aspect of it it's a known technology. They have it, so they
Right.
just need more of it. It's similar to oil technology. You just drill and extract the heat through more or less the same thing as oil drilling technology. So it sounds exotic, but it's actually something where they pretty much know what to do.
It's based in reality. Now,
It's-
what about the Bitcoin city?
Well, so the volcano they've got their eye on is called Conchagua,
Conchagua.
Conchagua,
Okay. Conchagua.
which is close to a place called the Gulf of Fonseca. The Gulf of Fonseca is a large natural harbor in a region of El Salvador which isn't fully developed yet.
Okay.
Now, my speculation is that all of this will help that area to develop. They'll develop the country and more in a more rapid and sustainable way by
Right.
focusing on this particular region. And
Mhm.
it's also possibly geostrategic as well, because there's all kinds of projects going on to rival the Panama Canal. But now I'm getting a bit ahead of myself.
Yes.
So you could think about things that might happen in the future if this
Right.
could be developed, and it could be developed quickly with Bitcoin City, the Bitcoin bonds. It's
Okay.
all sustainable,
Okay.
and you know, that would be a good thing, not just for El Salvador but for the region.
Sure. Now, as far as daily adoption, using yourself as our use case, right? Your daily life, are you transacting in Bitcoin at all?
Yes, so you can do well.
Wow.
I am not a Salvadoran citizen, but my wife is,
Okay.
and all she needs to do is bring up something called the Chivo wallet. Chivo is Salvadoran slang for something very nice.
Okay.
And you get a QR code. The merchant brings up their QR code, and you just exchange, and you're done.
Boom, it's done.
It's just done. So they have the infrastructure built out for it. Their normal currency is the US dollar. They used to have a national currency, but that was replaced by the US dollar
Okay.
a number of years ago.
Probably not a good move. Bitcoin is
Well,
probably better.
you see, if you want sovereignty, if you want independence,
Right.
what are
Right.
your options?
Right. Yeah. So we promised we wouldn't get too political like we used to in the old days.
Right.
So we won't hit on the sovereignty. But I do have a question that's been in my mind lately, because when we were working together, probably it's been 15 years
Yeah.
now. We were big fans. Wouldn't say we were gold bugs, but it was part of our portfolios, gold and silver. Still is a part of my portfolio. But the price hasn't really moved. There hasn't been much price movement. Is that because all that money that should have been going into precious metals has been going into crypto?
Well, it could be, couldn't it? I mean,
Right.
there's crypto's digital gold, basically.
Right.
So you've certainly seen the price movement. There's also a lot of speculation about price suppression in the physical gold and physical silver
Yes.
markets. That might be the case. Silver's an industrial metal, which is going to be in much higher demand, you'd think, with
Yes.
what's happening around the world.
Yes.
So that might be happening, but there's certainly a lot of money going into crypto, and the whole universe or ecosystem around crypto is exploding in terms of all the diversity of things that you can do. So I would think there is certainly some truth in what you're saying.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I wonder about that too. So, digital gold with a lot of rug pulls.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you don't necessarily have to pay to store it like you do with precious metals. Although there's other security issues with that.
That is correct, and things have happened in the past which have been unfortunate for the holders.
Hopefully not for you. So I'm going to use the rest of our time here to shill a little bit. I'm going to shill you. So Malcolm actually writes for Blockster. He's one of our writers, and he's been writing about El Salvador. He's been your latest piece was all, I think, about real estate, right? Real estate on the blockchain, which is going to be huge and something we're going to be covering a lot more. So get on to Blockster.com. If you're not on yet, type in the search Malcolm Chisholm. You'll find him. Check out his articles. We're absolutely delighted to have him with us today and to be working with you and reunited with you in person after all these years, but also working together on Blockster.
Physically and spiritually.
Thanks again.
Thank
Yes.
you.
All right. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to Blockster TV. This is Brian again, and I'm with Kelly Massid, one of the co-founders of Mainstay Digital. Welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. How are you?
I'm doing great. I've
Good.
been having a wonderful Bitcoin 2022 conference.
It's
How has it been
fantastic,
for
isn't
you?
it? Yeah, no, it's been fantastic. Shaking the hands of many of these founders, and I just ran into Michael Saylor and Tucker Carlson in the
Yeah,
little roundabout over there. It was absolutely incredible.
I've gotten to meet some of my heroes as well, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
I've also gotten to talk to some people who are doing very exciting things. Your company, first off, tell the folks how long you've been in business.
Yeah, so Mainstay Digital has been around for about 2.5 months now. Like I was telling you earlier, we are a media news and insights company or publication, really, that really focuses on the adoption of the blockchain as it pertains to business. And we've been, hyper focused on that ever since, and creating as much content as we can around use cases and implementations of blockchain technology. So yeah, that's what we've been doing.
Well, very good.
Yeah.
I'd be interested to know, how long have you been interested in crypto?
Oh boy. I think that my crypto journey started probably in about 2014, 2015. Really got into Bitcoin, right? So that's the that's the gateway drug for I think a lot of people.
We all have a story of either buying it early or thinking about buying it early,
right.
and not.
Oh yeah, no. Thinking about buying it early, it took. I heard about it for the first time in about 2013. So it was probably around like $50 when I heard about it first, and I was like, "There's no way, no way." Then I heard about it at $500 or $300, and I was like, "Oh man, no, there's no way. This is going to go down." I didn't even know what a rug pull was at that point, but I think that was where my head was headed, and just seeing it make the evolution all the way to $1,000, I started really focusing on it and understanding what it did and what the premise behind it was. And I did my own research. I did DYOR. So, we got into, I figured that out and started really wanted to understand the premise behind blockchain itself and how that could be applied to businesses once all these other companies started emerging. And, that was really the evolution of the business for me, and how I wanted to advocate for it and have people understand what it was and how it worked. I figured the best thing that I could do was use my prior knowledge and kind of pivot into Mainstay Digital and everything that we're able to provide.
Well, let's talk about your prior background. What sort of skill sets did you bring to the table when you decided to start this venture?
So I was a consultant for about 8 or 9 years, better half of a decade, and I was helping out with system implementations at KPMG, and there were a lot of times where I was looking at these technologies, and a lot of them were iterative in the sense that they all did kind of the same thing, loosely based, and I wanted to figure out what was a way that, man, can we cut that out? Because
Well, we can. This is live, so for the folks watching now, if you want to watch the edited version, we'll maybe put the cutout part in the DVD extras.
Can't wait. No, but yeah, no, I wanted to figure out the ways to marry the blockchain technology um, and my experience with system implementation and a way to make that happen. So that's how we started.
Well, and that is an area that I think the world right now is waking up
Sure.
to Bitcoin,
Yeah.
waking up to understanding the importance of blockchain. We've had numerous events this year, world events, that have really brought the public into the discussion to where they're
100%.
starting to have those early, well, I was going to say discussions, but more for new people, it's questions. What is the blockchain? Why are smart contracts important? What are the benefits? And so you're working with, it sounds, in addition to the news service and talking about the blockchain,
Yeah.
you also have a consultancy where you work with businesses
Right.
that are maybe ill prepared to get into the space.
Right.
Is that an accurate description?
Absolutely. And it's not only just doing that. There was a point in time where these companies were coming to me really and asking me, so what is blockchain? Well, what is Bitcoin? And like, what are all these technologies that everybody's talking about but really can't get their hands around? And whenever you start talking about smart contracts and NFTs and coupons and the ways that they can, reward their employees for good work, and how it's, very inherently focused on the business itself, a light bulb goes off, and they're
Sure.
like, "Oh, I can implement this within my business. How do I do it? And what has been done in the past?" So that's where the use cases come in from what we do on
And
the
that's
on the
brilliant. And
website,
because
yeah.
you already had an existing pipeline to customers that you had a relationship with,
Right.
that is why you've been able to do such a good job in 10 weeks, give
I
or take.
appreciate that.
That's pretty remarkable.
Thank you.
And
Thank
so what is your vision moving forward? Are there new products that you hope to release?
Yeah.
Anything? What's coming down the road?
Sure. So I guess the ultimate goal is to really focus on creating a community of leaders that can benefit from one another, right?
Sure.
So you've got so many companies in this space that are operating in their own silos, but if they just expanded and started, teaming up with other companies, the amount of effectiveness that they could have together would be paramount for the advancement of this technology and really exposure to the space.
Very good. Well,
So
on-
creating that community of leaders is
yeah, and the community building, I think, is an important component.
Yeah.
On the website, there's a bit where it talks about mindful leadership. Can you
Yeah.
go into that a little bit? Because I thought that was one of the pieces that I found most interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So Mindful Leadership Series is having a lot of the companies that we've worked with, we've talked with, and people that we haven't even worked with yet, share their experiences on how they think their industry could be transformed with the use of the blockchain, and what implementations would look like in that sense.
Sure.
So
Very good. In the short time that you've been putting this company together, because going from a really good idea to a company, that's a pretty big step.
Yeah.
Have there been any surprises along the way? Have you learned some things in the last 10 weeks that were challenges that you had to overcome? Or did it work out just like you thought when you were scratching it out on a napkin? Not that actually happened.
creating content is hard because you can't edit this when it's live.
Well, that's true. You can't edit it when it's live, but
No, creating content.
Creating
I mean,
content.
that's been the biggest thing. I mean, it's such a time and intensive effort to do that constantly, day in and day out, and find the times to do other things at the same time. So not only focusing on the professional services piece, but creating the documents for that, and creating the methodologies that go into an implementation, but also maintaining a steady stream of content. I mean, it takes a lot of time to think about what you want to say and the way you want to say it, and then put forth.
Absolutely. Well, we know a thing or two about that
Yeah.
at Blockster as we're putting out articles every day. Do you have a goal daily where you're trying to have so many new articles a day?
Yeah.
How big is your team?
So it's just me right now.
Okay.
Yeah. And we'd like to get to the point where we're putting out one newsletter a day. Right now it's bi-weekly. But again, you know, I've got we're hiring.
There you go.
we have a rec out on LinkedIn, and you know, we're going to talk to a couple of business development leaders and hopefully get one on board pretty soon here.
Well, very good.
Yeah.
There may well be people out there that are listening who enjoy writing.
Yeah.
Presumably, you're looking for background in
Would
crypto,
love to. Yeah. No.
business to business. Are there
Crypto,
are
business to business, blockchain implementations. If you have a listener base that's interested in taking a look at what consultancies and professional services implementations or companies have done, that would be something that we'd love.
Well, very
to
good.
have on it.
one of the things that I want to mention to the listeners and the viewers is that this is a pretty all-encompassing company as far as what you're working on. You're working on cryptocurrency, metaverse, DeFi exchanges, NFT, security, decentralized autonomous organizations, DAOs. And so how are there plans for your own metaverse, or is that more
No,
a
this is
client base that would be in the metaverse that you would reach out to?
good question. No, it's more along the lines of providing the type of content that companies should start thinking about. So, for instance, you know, Etihad Stadium out, you know, across the pond, they are implementing a way for you to purchase a jersey in the metaverse. So if I'm a company and I'm trying to think of ways that I can implement this within my business, am I going to have a virtual office? Am I going to have swag? Am I going to have virtual swag? How much should that virtual swag cost? What can you do with that virtual swag? Can you use that in the metaverse itself? Can you continue to use it as you're enjoying your day within the metaverse?
Absolutely.
So, you know, it's really more along the lines to just get people's minds thinking and what is even possible within the metaverse. So again, putting publications out that kind
help
of
people down
highlight
that
that. Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely. I spent some time earlier in my life, 17, 18 years ago, building spaces for corporate clients in the virtual world of Second Life.
Yeah.
And I had a very good friend who was the 50th most successful clothing designer in the world, and he was making $100,000 a year selling virtual clothing. So the answer is having a jersey in the space where people want to spend time
Yeah.
of their favorite team is a very viable concept.
Yeah.
So it sounds like we can talk for hours about all the possibilities.
Right.
But alas, time is running short. I want to thank you, Kelly, for taking time to stop
Thank
by
you so
today.
much.
It was
Yeah.
nice to meet you, and I'm so impressed with the fact that you're this far along in 10 weeks. It's absolutely astronomical.
I
So,
appreciate that.
job.
I appreciate that.
so thank you much, folks.
Thanks, everyone.
Hello, welcome back to Blockster TV. My name is Brian, and I'm with Alex of Lolly, the founder and CEO. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
You've got a really neat product. Admittedly, I've heard about it for some time, and today when I got the opportunity to add you to the interview list, I was really excited. So I signed up. I have the extension on my browser, which does. Why don't you explain what Lolly is so people understand?
Thank you for using Lolly, first of all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Start earning some free Bitcoin.
Yes.
So that's a good start. So we've created a Bitcoin rewards app and Chrome extension, and it lets people easily earn Bitcoin when they shop online at over 1,000 merchants. So we're just trying to make the absolute easiest way for people to get in the space, earn Bitcoin on their everyday purchases, and ultimately make Bitcoin a part of their everyday life.
That is absolutely brilliant, because we are in a year right now where there have been major events in Canada, Super Bowl advertising kerfuffle for Coinbase, and then the war. People are talking about crypto that have never discussed Bitcoin before in their lives, but people know about rewards programs. That's something that's already ingrained. Now, this isn't your first company.
It's not.
Can you tell them a little bit about your background?
Yeah, so my team and I, and namely my co-founder of this company as well, we actually started a company previously called Cosmic. So Matt, my co-founder, we wanted to solve the problem of making payments easier across the internet. And so 2011 comes around, and we built the first dynamic buy button. So what we did was we gave merchants the ability to sell their products anywhere. And we were a couple years into building it. And 2013 comes around, and we learn about Bitcoin, and we're like, wow, like, we had been paying, employees all around the world. We had seen, sort of the issues around payments, and we were like, Bitcoin fixes a lot of this. So we actually took Bitcoin to a lot of the biggest merchants in the US, and we said, what do you think? And so if you remember, like, Satoshi's original vision for Bitcoin was to solve a lot of like payments issues.
Yes.
And make, the ability to send money across the internet as internet native money way easier. And so we took it to these major merchants, and they gave us like three big critiques of Bitcoin. One, there weren't enough consumers that had it. Two, consumers didn't want to actually spend it because it was going up and down. It's a very volatile asset. And then three, there were no remittance networks set up, and so accepting it was very difficult for these merchants. So it was my first sort of foray in like selling Bitcoin into into the merchant space, and I realized that Bitcoin was not going to be adopted by the masses through payments, but more so through something else. I just wasn't quite sure what that was. So fast forward many years, we ended up getting acquired by Rakuten, the biggest cashback company in the U.S. and many parts of the world. And I think it was then I was like, wow, this is an amazing way to teach people about Bitcoin and give free Bitcoin to people through a way where merchants pay us and our users, shop as they normally would and earn free Bitcoin.
That's absolutely brilliant. So in effect, your first company was making you a subject matter expert, that when the time was right in the world's history for you to create Lolli, you had the knowledge base to do it. Now, how long has Lolli been in existence?
So we've been around for about 3 years now,
Okay.
and we've grown really quickly. So we're already at 500,000 users to date, and then we have over 1,100 merchants, and I believe to this date we have more Fortune 1000 merchants than any other crypto company, because we've not only made it easier for the consumer to get involved into crypto, but also made it worlds easier for merchants to get involved in crypto as well.
Well, I don't know if this is going too deep down the rabbit hole, but for listeners that maybe have small businesses, is it a good system for a mom and pop shop, or is it mostly designed for the Adidas and Nikes of the world?
It's both, and we're constantly making it easier to get involved. But most merchants can get set up in a few hours.
Really? A few hours?
Yeah. So really, it functions as like a third-party loyalty platform. So we have 500,000 users.
Yep.
All these users are really excited about Bitcoin, and they want to shop. So when we send them to these stores, and yes, there's the Nikes and Adidas, Booking.coms, Chewy's of the world that are these big merchants.
I saw Expedia on there.
Mm-hmm.
And as somebody who travels a bunch, I love the idea of, and I use Expedia. So
Mhm.
why not use Expedia through Lolli and start getting Bitcoin every time I'm booking a flight or a hotel?
Exactly.
That's
Just do it on
it's
all your
brilliant.
purchases, and also making it easier for these local merchants and smaller merchants to come on the platform as well. So you can sign up and we can talk with you and bring you on board. So yeah,
Because now I know the founders, so
exactly.
I can get customer service. The thing that struck me immediately when I went to the page that shows all of the 1,100 places that I can shop is that they're not small numbers. These are generous,
Yes.
and how they're more generous than I've seen at other places. How have you
Mhm.
negotiated that? Is it that you're able to, because of the efficiency of blockchain, provide the service? I want to understand why they're so good.
Yeah, so we've known a lot of these merchants for the last 10 years. So when Matt and I were building our previous company, we were going in and winning their trust. We were making these merchants a lot of money, hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 10 years. And so when you make these companies a lot of money, they trust you to for future things. So we brought on about 500 merchants to launch, and then we've added over 500 more merchants since then to come on the platform. So I think a lot of it is making sure that they're always making money, and that it makes sense for the business and for the consumer. So the way that it works is we integrate to a merchant. That merchant gives us a percentage that typically is a high percentage because they want to attract a new different user than maybe the coupon or cashback user. And so they're giving us a really high, a lot of times a higher percentage than the Rakutens of the world or the Honeys of the world that are in the coupon cashback space. And then we split that with our consumer. So when you go shop at Nike, you're actually earning Bitcoin back, and Nike will pay us, and then we pay you sending Bitcoin to your Lolli wallet.
That is remarkable. I understand that you have a launch you'd like to talk about, and so can we hear more about that? Well, I've already heard about that because I got to talk to Alex before this show.
Yeah.
But tell the viewers.
So 3.5 years ago, we launched our extension and have done very well with that. Like I said, we brought on over 1,100 merchants through that. We recently launched our mobile app for both iOS and Android, and that gives you the ability to actually shop from your phone. And additionally, the cool feature that we just launched is actually taking any credit card or debit card and turning it into a Bitcoin rewards card. So you get your points, you get your cash back, you get whatever you get from your Amex, your Bank of America, Chase, wherever you bank. But in addition to that, you actually get Bitcoin rewards on top of that card. So now everybody can actually, like, it doesn't matter if you have a part of a state federal credit union, or you don't want to move over to a new card. You just take your original card and we start giving you Bitcoin back on your everyday purchases.
See, we hadn't in our previous conversation had not gotten that deep into the launch, and
It's brand new.
I
Yeah.
generally didn't know about that feature. And did you say it was credit cards and debit cards, or just
Mhm.
credit and debit cards?
Absolutely.
So
Which is
it-
big because a lot of debit card programs don't have rewards programs on them.
Yes.
Credit card programs do. They make money off of what's called interchange, and you can typically get like 1 to 2% when you get a credit card. Most debit cards don't give you rewards. So
Mine doesn't.
yeah,
But by the end of today,
yes.
so well, let's. Now I just want to talk about me. To do the debit card, is that something that is the easiest to do it via my phone on the iOS app, because I have iOS, or is it easier to use your website?
So right now that's only on our mobile app.
That's
So-
only on the mobile app.
Yeah, because we want to provide this experience where you're like going into, let's just say a Starbucks or Dunkin' or McDonald's, and every time you swipe, we want you to get Bitcoin back, and that's really hard if you're having to go check on your computer. So right now, if you check your phone, you can actually activate it on McDonald's and then actually get Bitcoin back on your purchases.
Let me ask you about another place. Here in Miami, I use Uber all the time, and I have it plugged into my PayPal.
Mhm.
Is PayPal something I can hook into that at this point?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah. So
Okay,
yeah.
that's okay, but I can change my Uber to my debit card, and because by the time I'm done with this conference, I'd be a wealthy Bitcoin
Exactly.
man just from all the Uber trips.
That's our goal. Yeah.
That is absolutely brilliant. What's next? I mean, this sounds like a pretty well-rounded business model. Do you have other things down the road that you're thinking about?
Yeah, we have some big things ahead. So this year we're going to be expanding internationally. Very excited about that. And then that's going to be like one of our big initiatives. So trying to take what we've created with Lolly and expand it everywhere in the world.
Is Lolly a publicly traded company? Do you have a coin? Is there anybody who's hearing this and saying, boy, I'd like to invest in them? Or is it completely privately held?
So it's privately held right now. We're a startup, so it is a high risk, investment to invest directly in us. I always say, consider Bitcoin and just use Lolly. And then, maybe if there's enough demand, if there's people out there that want to invest, I'm always listening to our users. So the more our users want to invest, we would consider things like that where we could maybe we'll see what things go.
I mean that's a decision that you and your co-founder can make, because maybe you don't need an influx of capital. And that's one of the brilliant things about blockchain is that you can, as a company, do so much more with smaller infrastructure. How many employees do you have?
So right now we have just over 30 employees.
And that is tiny. Now, you mentioned a couple, Honey, and I forget the other one. How big companies would those be?
Thousands? Yeah, they're huge. Yeah.
They're huge. And
Yeah.
whether it's DeFi or your business, this is the part about the world of crypto, Bitcoin specifically, that has me most excited, because efficiency, I believe, is good for the world.
Yes.
If you're efficient, then you can deploy human resources to do more things. And 30 people is more efficient than 2,000.
Absolutely. We move fast. We're a small team, but we work really hard, and
Now,
and we're
what
also
about-
very mission driven. I think with what we're trying to do is make Bitcoin more accessible. So we just attract a lot of amazing people that have joined us on this journey to go build this future together.
I think the mass adoption is important, because right now, I read a few weeks ago that 1.3% of the world's population has crypto, not necessarily Bitcoin specifically, but owns some crypto. And your point about getting people into crypto for the first time, that's the biggest stumbling block. But once you're there, even though, in my opinion, it can be scary, you're motivated to learn more. And so I think you told us how many active users you have.
Yeah, so we've just over 500,000 users. Yeah.
Have you done any polling with them to find out how many were new to crypto?
Yeah, so we poll probably about like once every 6 months and try to get a sense of like who our users are, what they're really looking for, and we found some interesting statistics. So
Sure.
we estimate over 50% of our users, we are their first experience in crypto, which is like that's the goal, right?
That
And then
is brilliant.
also there are a lot of people, other 50% that come in, they already have Bitcoin, but they don't do anything with it. It just sits there. So we're their opportunity to actually get more involved in it. And if you look at like technology as a whole, the technologies that are most pervasive are the ones that are actually your everyday experiences. So ones that like, where you're swiping and shopping every day makes Bitcoin a part of people's everyday life. If they're not spending it and they're not investing every day, how do you make Bitcoin a part of someone's everyday life? And I think that's through rewards. So that's
is there
a huge
anyone
piece.
else that is doing what you're doing for mass adoption? This to me seems
Faucets kind of did it back in the day to try to make Bitcoin more accessible. I mean, back in the day, you could go on a Bitcoin faucet and just get 5 Bitcoin every day when you'd hook up your wallet and stuff. Now, we're definitely like leading the race with that. There's like card programs that are coming out that are doing like Bitcoin back or crypto back cards. I think the issue with that is it creates friction for people to get involved in it, because a lot of people, if they're using their card, it's typically connected to their bank. They're typically like cards in the market are typically pretty good. So it takes a lot of effort for someone to switch to a new credit or debit card. And so what we said is like, you don't need a new credit or debit card. You just bring your existing credit or debit card and we can turn it into a Bitcoin card for you.
I love it.
Yeah.
Alex, this has been a joy.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you so much for having me and all the thoughtful questions and for using Lolly. Yeah.
I'm very excited. And so thank you, folks. Alex from Lolly. Welcome back to Blockster TV. My name is Brian, and I'm with Tony from OP Crypto. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Your company is doing something that's kind of interesting, and in a couple ways. One is you haven't been around that long. Can you tell us a little bit about when it started and how the company came about?
Sure, absolutely. So we actually have a longer history in crypto, but the general partner used to be at Huobi, which is one of the largest exchanges in Asia, where he kind of led their labs division, so their venture arm, where he made investments in early projects like Terra and Polkadot, as well as other fund investments. So some of the first checks into Multicoin and 1KX, et cetera. He ended up branching out from that last year to launch his own fund. So that's OP Crypto. We officially closed in September, have a great roster of investors, the likes of Bill Ackman, Alan Howard, a lot of Layer 1 founders, the largest kind of exchanges and market makers, as well as, large crypto companies like DCG and Galaxy Vision Hill. So we're really excited about that.
That's fantastic. Your background is interesting. Can you tell the folks the story about how you first discovered Bitcoin?
Yeah, absolutely. So it was actually in 2014. I first discovered Bitcoin because I was trying to buy some items from China. and it was the easiest way to facilitate that. And bought Bitcoin. Kind of was interested in the space, but had a business major undergrad, so went on to more traditional roles in consulting and private equity. But ended up getting back into the space because one of my good friends from undergrad actually started a Bitcoin mining company based in Miami.
Interesting. Oh, really?
Yeah, US Bitcoin Corp. So they're doing great right now. But I was helping out, sourcing new energy assets, doing business development, and that's how I kind of got back into the crypto space. It's a great journey. We're mining actively in upstate New York, around the Niagara region, as well as in West Texas.
West Texas, down
yeah.
around Terlingua and Big Bend National Park.
Right by like Odessa, Midland.
Odessa, Midland.
So
Okay, very
Permian
good.
Basin.
Yeah.
Not a lot there, but very cheap energy, a lot of land.
If I'm not mistaken, it's the lowest cost per kilowatt in the country, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
an amazing fact that I never thought I would be able to use, and today I get to. That was very satisfying for me. The energy management, that's a hot topic. People with Bitcoin talk about the impact with energy, and what I don't think a lot of the general public understands is that mining companies, because it benefits them, are actively seeking out ways to be energy efficient, to get the lowest cost. And so that's fantastic. Now,
Absolutely.
you were telling me about the work that you do in something called fund to fund. And this is a
Right.
term that I didn't know before 5 minutes ago. Can you explain what fund to fund is and how that plays into OP Crypto's business model?
Yeah, absolutely. So like a traditional VC firm, we have our flagship venture fund. The venture fund will invest in pre-seed and seed stage projects. So we meet a lot of founders, et cetera. But we're launching a fund of funds currently, which actively seeks to deploy in emerging managers. So as opposed to investing in projects that are building on the blockchain, we invest in people that are investing in these projects. So the strategy here is essentially we really want to get in early into these managers, right? So emerging managers, maybe $50 million fund. These guys invest in also pre-seed and seed stage deals. But we think that, it's very interesting because not a lot of people play in the space, and we're uniquely kind of positioned to have a competitive advantage given we have our own emerging, venture fund.
Sure.
And we are really kind of crypto native and have a good pulse on the industry.
So again, this is entirely new to me. I understand VC funds, but investing in manager, that's pretty remarkable. It feels to me like building a baseball or football team. You're out shopping for the all-stars, the ones that are the big hitters. And then do you approach them or are they coming to you?
They come to us, we approach them. It's really just trying to talk to as many people as possible. And, a vehicle like this is very kind of beneficial, especially getting, more traditional folk into crypto investing. For example, family offices, institutions, high net worth, because these guys aren't necessarily trying to just deploy into Bitcoin or Ethereum. They want more broader exposure. And the best way to do that, I believe, is with the fund of funds vehicle.
Sure.
Because not only are we investing in emerging managers across different sectors within crypto, infrastructure, DeFi, NFTs, metaverse, et cetera, there's also geographic focus. So specific managers in Latin America, in Europe, in Asia, in the US. So, by cutting a check into this fund of funds, they get exposure to a broad base. And, it's really difficult to essentially identify good managers. And a lot of the times, these more traditional guys in the family offices might not have the sophistication to, know what fund to invest in.
Sure.
A lot of people will, cut a check for Pantera, Multicoin, and Coin Fund because these are very established names. But, these funds are already on Fund 3, multi-billion-dollar AUM. The upside is kind of limited there. So with the emerging funds, every single investment that you make in a pre-seed and seed stage deal could potentially be a fund returner. So 100x, 200x, 300x, those types of returns. And by kind of offering this product, I think it's a good entry level vehicle for these guys to kind of, see what's going on in the space, see the deal flow. And additionally, we're offering co-investment opportunities via SPV for all the deals that the manager source. So you essentially, as an LP, can double down in specific projects that fit your specific investment thesis.
That makes sense.
And then through that, start building your crypto kind of strategy, I suppose, and then start doing direct deals eventually.
There you go. There's a lot of people this year who are learning about crypto for the first time. maybe they're interested in investing, they have money. You use the term SVP. Can you explain what that is for those listening?
SVP is it's a special kind of vehicle that essentially you can contribute capital into, but instead of it just being a one-to-one investment where I would give you, $20, I could pool in a group of, 50 people, and they would each give you $20, and you would have $1,000 under this one vehicle name. So it's a consolidation of investments into one special purpose vehicle to invest into a project specifically.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, you had touched on something that I think the listeners may find interesting, in that with funds, whether it's the type of funds you're doing or regular funds on Wall Street, when they get really large, it becomes a problem for continued growth, because it's a lot easier to turn $100 into $200 than it is to turn 10 billion into 20 billion.
Yeah.
And so that was the point that you were making about getting in early.
Right.
Now, is there a minimum amount that one needs if they're considering contacting you and looking to invest? Can you talk about what it takes to get involved?
Absolutely. So we actually just filed our 506c paperwork, which essentially means that we can now kind of do general solicitation of the public to kind of spread word about this fund. But for individuals, the minimum is $500,000, and the kind of allocation you get into deals is more in an angel capacity. However, for the larger institutions like the family offices and whatnot, the minimum is $2 million to get guaranteed kind of SPV access into the deals. But the check size will probably range from 25 to 250K, as opposed to on the angel level maybe 5 to 25K.
That's interesting. And typically, your clients that invest with you, are they of a mindset that this is a HODL? They're going to be in it for long term, or are these 6-month to 1-year investors? What's the makeup of the typical investor?
Yeah, I think these guys are a little bit longer term view. So our fund life investment period is 5 years. So we're actually very kind of concentrated in our bets. We're only seeking to deploy into 3 to 5 managers a year. And the purpose behind that is essentially we want to capture the best vintage funds and the best themes that rise. So, for example, we're looking to deploy in a metaverse-focused fund as in our first tranche. A year ago, if you said, I'm going to invest in a metaverse fund, people would be like, what are you guys talking about? But that's just the meta of, how the space is evolving and changing. In 2 to 3 years, we could be investing in funds that we can't even comprehend today. So
technology that doesn't exist today may be the perfect vehicle in 2024.
Exactly. So having a longer term view and really telling our investors, like, this is how we're going to deploy, and we're going to stick to this plan to pick the best people. They have to be kind of in it for a long haul, because when you're investing in these venture funds, they typically have, a 3-year lockup period, maybe a 5-year fund life. So alone, if we're investing in funds in year 4 or 5, we need at least like 8 years on the horizon to do that. But I mean, I think a lot of people are warming up to this, and most of these institutions are just kind of getting into the space. So deploying 1 to 3% of their balance sheet into crypto assets, and they can be a little bit more risk tolerant as a result.
That makes sense, because it's a small piece of the pie.
Exactly.
And the risk versus reward. We've all seen Bitcoin has been volatile this year, but I don't think anyone thinks that if you bought a Bitcoin today, it wouldn't be more valuable in 5 years.
Yes.
It's impossible to even comprehend because of the limited supply, 21 million. And so for somebody who maybe is not familiar with crypto, understands VC funds, what would be some of the risks that they should know about? What should be some of the concerns going into it so that they're comfortable?
Absolutely. I guess I can speak to the project side specifically on the early stage. Currently, we're kind of in a market with very high valuations, and it seems like anyone with a deck can raise money.
Yeah.
There's so much capital coming into the space. So you really kind of need a technical lens and experience of investing in cycles to really understand which projects are legitimate. And you really need to kind of drill down into the founders when you're interviewing them to understand their technical expertise, their kind of backgrounds, etc. And a lot of projects too, I'd say you really need to understand kind of how innovative they are, because you see a lot of projects these days that are just kind of, they call them forks of other projects. So not technically different, but they kind of spin it up a little bit ways. So finding the unique ones is important. Finding great founders is important, and really having conviction in your bets.
Well, I think that's good to know that it sounds like your due diligence is diligent,
Yes.
for lack of a better word. I'm sure there is a better word. The How long do your analysts take from day one when somebody says we should look at this?
Mhm.
How long does the process take before you decide if it's going to be one of those 3 to 5 that you're going to say yes to in a year?
Yeah. Oh, so specifically on the fund side, that process is a little bit longer than an
I would
actual a project investment, because when you're investing in projects, sometimes it moves very quickly. You need to be like, I'm committing this check, so and so. When you're investing in people, that's a little bit of a longer timeline. Given you need to understand the fund strategy, it's multiple meetings, getting to know like who you're actually backing. Additionally, we actually look to take a portion of the GP stake, as well as being anchor investors as an LP investor. So GP stake essentially is the general partner and that's all where the management fee and carry of the fund goes to. So if you can imagine investing in the Multicoins and the Panteras,
Sure.
early on, they sold some of their GP. When they were at 20 million AUM, now they're 5 billion AUM. You can imagine that GP stake is kind of almost a perpetuity of kind of returns that come to an investor. So we think that's very undervalued, and we're looking to, invest in those specifically, which is why, it's a lot of back and forth negotiations.
Sure.
They
what-
need to determine, like how much GP they're willing to sell. So it could be anywhere from 2 to 4 months, I'd say, to really get comfortable
That makes
to
sense.
deploy. Yeah.
And then are you or do you anticipate when you've got those GP stakes, does a seat on the board come with it? Do you get involved in the management, or are you just interested, hey, you're the rock star, do your stuff, and we're more of a silent partner?
Mhm.
How is your relationship once you both deciding it's a marriage made in heaven?
Absolutely. So as a GP in a fund, we want to be as helpful as possible, especially because a lot of these funds, first-time managers, look to us as the crypto strategic anchor in a way. It's because we have our own venture fund. We know all the growing pains of how it is to do fund setup. We have a laundry list of LPs that are, very, very helpful that we can extend to these funds. So essentially, that's how we want to look at it, and to provide all the support that we can to help these funds actually, be the best that they can be.
That's fantastic. Well, I really appreciate you, Tony, coming on to the show and talking about OP Crypto. If you've got $500,000 that you want to put into a solid investment, these are the folks to talk to. Thank you for coming by.
Thank you so much for having me.
This was wonderful.
Pleasure.
Hello, welcome to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and today I'm with a gentleman, Jose Luis, with Fuso NFT, based out of El Salvador. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
We in the crypto community love El Salvador because of what your president has done. But what you're working on is incredibly interesting in that when most people think of NFTs, they're imagining Bored Apes. You're doing it in the real estate space. Can you tell folks a little bit about your company?
Yes. Actually, the NFT utility in real life has been a topic that has been under discussion for like a couple of years, and many people were saying that NFTs would be perfect to represent real estate ownership. So what we did is we created the platform that helps all the real estate developers do that, and we partner with a real estate developer that has more than 20 years experience building making constructions.
Sure.
And we came up with this complex that's 72 unit condos that's going to be built in the Bitcoin Beach area in El Salvador.
Oh, that is absolutely brilliant because everybody has heard of the Bitcoin City and everything that El Salvador is working on, which is absolutely the future. I am so excited. I went to your website and we are crawling the website there so people can check it out. I understand that if somebody's interested in buying these NFTs that represent a physical property,
Exactly.
you have two bedroom, 4 bedroom, 5 bedroom. Can you tell us about the price range? What are some of the things that a person gets in their unit?
Yeah, this is a beachfront project, and we have 3 different floor plans. We have 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 5 bedrooms.
Okay.
And prices starts at 400K and goes up to 1.5 million.
And have you begun already offering these NFTs for sale?
Yes, actually, if you enter our website, you have to join the waitlist because we need to whitelist you. That means
Sure.
KYC, AML, know your transaction,
Absolutely.
and after having done that, then you will be able to you will get to know when the NFTs are going to be released so that you can buy it.
Well, I would think that by having the whitelist and potential homeowners who are interested in making this transaction, that they'll sell it very quickly.
Yeah. Actually, it's the touristy area. We already have many people calling us and on the whitelist waiting to be.
How many people are on your whitelist? Is that a number that you can give us?
Yeah, we have right now over 476, something like that. That's
476 people interested
already whitelisted
in 70 properties
Yeah.
right now. But I understand that that's not your only real estate project. You're
No.
building other things.
Yes.
So would those whitelist folks have access to those as well?
Exactly. We have many different projects coming. We're already working in 2 more projects because this is going to be sold out pretty quickly.
Absolutely.
So we have the next projects coming also.
Very good. How long does it take for real estate developers to get up to speed in working with you? Because I would imagine that many of them, it's their first time in crypto, or maybe not.
Yeah, actually, for many of them is first time. So we do all the thing. We do a full service platform tokenization, and we help them understand. We help them create the business model. We bring the tech, and we help them with all the things: exchange, compliance, whatever they need. So it takes something like 2 or 3 months, depending pretty much on them, on how fast they do understand. They feel comfortable with the business model, and that's it.
Now, do you, business-wise, for Fuso NFT, do you anticipate ever expanding beyond the borders of El Salvador?
Yeah, actually, we have just been having meetings with real estate developers here in the U.S.,
Oh, really?
also with real estate developers in Latin America. So we are already on. That's our route.
That makes me smile because I am one of those 479 people on the wait list, and so it'll be interesting to see how you continue to grow around the world, because one of the concerns I would guess from your point of view is that not every country likes crypto, and so some of them do, some of them love it, some of them ban it. And so how is that a challenge for you
Well, El Salvador, being in El Salvador has made things very, very easy,
Sure.
and that has helped us a lot. But the interest is all over the world.
Yeah.
So even though the government itself of one specific country is not pro Bitcoin or pro crypto,
Mhm.
so there's always a way. And that's part of what we do. We help the developers find a way, the legal way to do things.
That is brilliant. I would imagine that as you continue to have success, as El Salvador continues to grow, that your neighboring countries are keeping a close eye on what you're doing.
Yes, yes. Actually, today I was announced. Someone told me that Mexico seems to be in that route also. And
I hadn't heard that.
yeah,
That
yeah,
would be a big deal with a lot of opportunity,
yeah,
a lot of beach line in Mexico.
exactly.
And so, how long has your company been in existence?
Well, Fuso NFT is pretty much a startup. So
Sure.
we uh, were founded like 18 months ago,
Very good.
and our purpose was actually we focus on real estate when the president made the announcement last year here
Yeah, yeah.
at the BitConf. So that's when we said, hey, perfect. We have the perfect place to go. We have a place where it's going to be legal tender. So this is the place where we will start.
And the people that are signing up for the wait list, are they mostly El Salvadorians or are they people from around the world?
No, there are people from around the world actually, and I'm afraid many Salvadorians are going to be left out because people from the U.S., from Spain, from Europe, from Asia, from Middle East, they are all coming.
Absolutely, because who doesn't love beachfront property?
Yeah, and that's not all because there are no property taxes in El Salvador, and
Ah,
also all your Bitcoin capital gains are tax exempt. So
see, okay, that was something I learned today. I didn't know that. All your Bitcoin capital gains are tax
are
exempt.
tax
So
exempt. Yeah,
as more people become serious about investing in Bitcoin,
yeah,
they get the added benefit of living on the beach and saving money.
exactly,
Wow,
exactly.
that's an incredible business model.
Yes.
What's next for the company? Do you have, we talked about expanding to the United States and other countries. Are you going to stay just in real estate or do you have other products and plans?
Well, actually, the real estate niche is extremely huge.
Well, fair point.
So we plan to stay there.
Okay.
We plan to. We have enough space to keep developing. So
Okay. Well, Jose, before we finish up, I like to ask everyone
yeah,
about your first experience with Bitcoin. How did you come to crypto? Because we all have a learning curve. That's
yeah.
that's part of the deal. And so presumably you knew something about it before the company started.
Yeah, actually, I'm a computer science engineer. So I got into the blockchain technology like 2010, something like that.
Wow.
And then a nephew of mine um, came to me and asked me for a Bitcoin. At that time, I believe it was something like $300 or something like that per Bitcoin.
And did you give your nephew a Bitcoin?
Exactly.
And
As
now
a gift.
you're the favorite uncle of
Yeah.
all time.
Yeah.
Best gift ever.
Yeah, and now I regret that I didn't bought Bitcoin for me at that time. I bought it a little bit later.
Well, that's still remarkable.
Yeah.
Well, I just have to say I appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us today.
No, thank you.
People, check out Fuso NFT. They're going to revolutionize real estate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and today I'm with John Stephanopoulos of FutureBit.io. Welcome to the show, John.
Thank you for having me.
I'm excited to sit down and talk to you because your company is in the mining space. And for those out there that are new to crypto and maybe don't understand mining, can you give a little description of why a digital thing is mined? Because we all know about mining coal or gold or what have you.
Right.
Can you talk about that for a moment?
Sure. So the mining aspect in terms of Bitcoin is what secures the network. So when you mine a block, you're essentially mining all the transactions that are coming together in this distributed way. And in order to secure it in a way that no one can double spend or there's no nefarious actors, there's what's called this digital mining, which is a bunch of these computers coming together, aggregating all these blocks together and solving that block in order to make sure it's computationally secure and all the transactions that are in this block are actually valid. So that's what the mining aspect of Bitcoin does.
That was a great explanation. I appreciate that. I have a little bit of experience in mining in that I spent the money to buy a miner back in 2017 and I never plugged it in because the mining rig that I purchased required 240 volt plug-in, and I only had one of those, and it was for my dryer. And so I understand that your company makes smaller machines that are more user-friendly.
Right.
Can you tell us about the products behind it?
Yeah, so the whole concept of my company, it was kind of a similar situation as you. When I first got into Bitcoin, I wanted to mine my Brooklyn apartment.
Yeah.
And, you can't plug in a 3,000 watt, 90 decibel machine in a Brooklyn apartment. And I was thought to myself, this goes against everything that Bitcoin's about, right? It should be inclusive. Everybody should be able to participate if they want to. So I decided to build this company to create products that give Bitcoin mining back to the people. So our devices are just these small desktop 100-watt devices that anybody can run on their desk. And they're super affordable, and you can get started.
Can one then, if they bought a machine, I believe one of yours is called FutureBit Apollo.
Right.
If they own a FutureBit Apollo, as they started mining, presumably they would get excited. Can they be serialed together so that you could have multiple ones?
Yeah. So our main device is it's a full system. It's essentially a Linux system that has a full node built in, as well as a miner. And from that device, you can daisy chain additional hash boards if you want to increase, your hashing power.
So what's your background before Bitcoin? Are you an engineer, a designer?
Yeah, I'm a physics.
He says, yeah, it's engineering. Yeah, I know a little math.
A little bit, something like that. I've dabbled here and there. Physics and computer science background.
Okay.
So I got involved in the app space in the App Store when it first came out.
Okay.
So I started these translation apps. It was one of the first translation apps on the App Store. That's how I kind of started my entrepreneurial spirit.
Nice.
And shortly thereafter, got involved in Bitcoin and, got involved in the space, loved the mining aspect. That kind of what drew me in, the technology core layer of it and what it means for the ecosystem. And that drew me, and, I want to make sure that continue to keep on going in the future. Right. We gotta make Bitcoin as accessible as possible. It can't be just these huge server grade mines, mining 100 gigawatts of power and being controlled by just a few people.
Because that goes against the whole.
Exactly. There should be millions
mantra
of people mining in their homes on their own devices. And that goes to the core of what Bitcoin's about. And companies like mine have to continue.
How long did it take? What was the development cycle for your first machine?
So our first device that I built in my Brooklyn apartment was a little USB miner. So it was a single chip, a little USB miner I built.
And how many watts was that?
It was like 5 watts. So
5 watts.
You literally plugged it into a USB port.
And you used it to successfully mine?
Yeah. And you could mine a little bit of Bitcoin off that little USB miner.
That's brilliant. Now, tell folks a little bit again, because a lot of people now are aware of Bitcoin, and you explained what mining is. It's rare in this day and age that a single person with their own setup computer will mine an entire block. It happens. It's rare. It just happened earlier this year. I think a single individual did a whole block and at the time got $547,000 worth of Bitcoin. But explain mining pools and,
Sure.
and how that works. How the little guy.
So all that news that came out about those people finding blocks, that was what's called solo mining. So what people are doing is they're contributing their hash power to what's called a solo pool. So when someone actually finds a block, that whole block reward goes to that individual person.
Sure.
But your chances of doing that is very low.
It's in the billions to run
Right,
against.
right.
It's very low.
What people do with, for example, small devices like ours, where you're not going to have a good chance of finding a block, you pool all your hash power together in a single pool, and once that pool finds a block, it distributes the whole Bitcoin, that 6 Bitcoin block, to everybody in proportionate share of what your hash power is for the pool.
Oh, that makes sense. So if I have 2 of the FutureBit Apollos and Bob has 1 of them,
Right.
In theory, because I'll have twice as much hash power.
You'll get 2/3 of the block reward.
Yeah,
if there's
exactly.
3 people on the pool, right?
Sure,
Yeah.
very good.
Yeah.
And so can you explain hash power again to like?
So that's each time you're trying to find a block, what you're doing is you're running the algorithm that Bitcoin is founded on, the cryptography
Sure.
that secures it. So what these machines do is they essentially run this hashing algorithm trillions of times a second, trying to find a certain number of zeros that trail in front of this block header.
Uh-huh.
And by doing that, it's very difficult to do, but you have to run this algorithm trillions of times a second for you to actually do it. So when you say hash power, it means how many cycles of this algorithm you're doing at once.
And what is the hash power of your units?
So our units are between 2 and 3,000, 2 or 3 terahash a second.
2 to 3 terahash.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah.
How many people would typically be in a pool? I gave an example with me and Bob, but it's not usually a couple people. Is
Right.
it thousands, tens of thousands?
Yeah, I mean, it's the Bitcoin network right now is probably consists. I wouldn't be surprised if there's millions of people involved.
And that's a single pool?
No, the total.
The total
network,
across
yeah.
across the whole
So
network.
hundreds of thousands are probably on
Very good.
individual pools.
Well, we're all aware, for anybody that has looked into mining with their own computer rig or even just building a new computer, that the Bitcoin mining community and crypto mining in general have snatched up all the graphics cards. It's impossible to build a computer if you want 2 graphics cards, you just can't find them,
Right.
or they're ridiculously expensive. And so you solve that problem in a sense, but are you suffering the same sort of supply chain issues?
Yeah, it's
the other hardware
the supply
manufacturers?
chain issue goes across the board. Even with our product, a small 10-cent part is holding our production, and that just goes across all industries.
That has to be incredibly frustrating.
It is, but there's so much demand for electronic devices, because of the pandemic. It's insane on what it's cost for the industry, and we're trying to work through it, but
I understand. Well, for those that are going to futurebit.io right now and are trying to buy a product that maybe isn't in stock because of this 10-cent piece of the puzzle missing, when will you have more in stock that you can start shipping?
we should have more in a month or so.
In about a month. Okay, very good. Is there a wait list for people?
Yeah, you can just go to futurebit.io, and then there's a little email link. You can just sign up for.
Oh, very good.
To get notified.
Are there plans for additional products? You said, well, first off, can you tell me about the 2 major products you had? We talked about it off camera, but
yeah, the first one is the full node device. So we're kind of trying to bring Bitcoin back. Focusing on this core product, and obviously we're going to be iterating.
well, there you go.
over the
And
years.
so perhaps next year you'll have a news story. And would you come back and talk to me again?
Hopefully will. I would love to.
That was fantastic. Well, I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down and talk about futurebit.io and your mining products, because I'm going to go get on the wait list. This is fantastic.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Blockster TV. I'm really excited to be with the founder, co-founder, and CEO of, I've forgotten the name of the company. Oh my goodness, this is the worst. I've been doing this for
TradeZing. Yeah.
TradeZing. We talked about TradeZing for several minutes, and then I absolutely blew the intro. And this is live TV, so there's nothing you can do, but we can edit and post. So I'm going to try again. Welcome to Blockster TV. This is Brian Meeks. I'm thrilled to be here with Jordan Edelson of Trades. This is
It's a tongue twister.
it's a tongue twister. Can you tell us the name of your company? Since I seem to be unable to do it.
It'd be my pleasure. TradeZing.
TradeZing.
It's like trading, but
Trade
TradeZing with a Z.
What I know about it is that it's the Twitch for crypto and finance and investing. It's a remarkable platform. Why don't you tell us all about the benefits to the users?
Yeah, so just the backstory of it. We realized during the pandemic that there were a lot of Gen Z millennials blindly invested into the markets, so much so that they were just losing a lot of money. And with kind of the changing ecosystems, regulation, and new types of coins and altcoins and all this, and terms, NFTs, it's just a moving landscape that, again, you really needed some sort of new type of platform to provide content that resonated with Gen Z and millennials, because a lot of the content out there, stock content, crypto content, it's behind very expensive paywalls. And again, Gen Z and millennials don't like expensive paywalls.
No.
Take that from me. And I'm still in the millennial gap myself, so I can consider myself a millennial. So, long story short, we built this platform really to provide content creators the ability to reach a younger demographic, offering advice, guidance, education around finance. And really the areas that we're focused on is crypto, metaverse, stocks, and metaverse and NFTs.
Very good. And so within each of those silos, if a consumer comes to watch videos, well, because of your tagline, Twitch for Finance, is there live streaming going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll talk about all the different ways you can work on
Yeah.
the platform. And right now it is going to a closed beta. So we just announced our launch of the company here. We've been in development for the last year. So we were operating in stealth mode. And the ways you can interact with the platform as a content producer is live streaming,
Okay.
stories, so short form content, VODs, and chat. So think of it kind of the best aspects of a Discord meets a Twitch meets kind of an Instagram, all put together, really serving the financial income generation communities.
Because I'm old and I like chat. I like words. I can type really quickly. So that feature appeals to me.
Yeah.
But I've also done a little bit on Twitch. So the live streaming, it really does make it accessible to anyone.
And available. And the big thing, we want to create an ecosystem where you didn't necessarily have to be a live streamer to engage and build a community around
Sure.
finance. You could just go on there and chat. You could just go on there and create some story content. You can go on there and interact with our widgets. And this is kind of the really cool feature behind our platform, is the ability to take action against the content.
Interesting.
So the concept behind that is we have this whole widget ecosystem. Think of it almost as apps are to Facebook, as widgets are to our platform. So widgets are third-party integrations with different providers. It could be exchanges. It could be with minting your own NFT. We have a whole host of widgets, both first-party and also third-party, that we're working with third-party partners on
Okay.
through our SDK program. And they'll be able to build right into our platform. So if they want to get in front of this captivated audience, these Gen Z millennials, they can do that right within our platform. So you could be watching the content and trading against it right below it. So it's really, really cool.
So if I'm understanding you, I know NFTs have been huge the last year. Since Beeple's $69 million sale of 5,000 days back in March of last year on Christie's, that's I think when I took notice. I'd heard of NFTs for a long time, but when I saw the price, a lot of people coming to the space now are hearing about NFTs. And if I'm understanding you on the widget, it's going to be an easy solution for somebody that is brand new to create their NFTs and possibly get into that. It's a very competitive space.
Yeah.
But will they be able to do generative NFTs through these widgets?
So yes, you'll be able to generate them through it. You can also integrate with like OpenSea and other providers right within the platform. And also, what's really interesting too about our platform, there's a lot of scams out there. That's been one of the biggest headlines you hear in general, is all the scams and rug pulls, around these NFTs. And the big issue is because of lack of transparency. And also, you got to think about, take a step back for a second. What makes an NFT valuable? It's community. It's the ability of the providers, the leadership, the structure of it to be able to create something of value. So where are they amassing those communities? They're using a little bit maybe on Twitch, a little bit on Twitter, and mainly on Discord. But you see there's thousands of scams on Discord. Connect your account through a bot here, and then you're getting your wallet, all your information's taken, you're losing lots of money. Our platform brings a layer of transparency to that. So not only can you actually do the drop on our platform, but you can do the build up to the drop and grow that community all on our platform. So we really believe in community that brings power, and gives value to these NFTs. That's all done within our platform.
And so you mentioned that you're in the beta stage right now. So anyone listening that is intrigued and wants to get involved, is there a wait list? How hard is it to get on into the beta? When will it come out of beta?
Yeah, so we have right now, we're just launched the waitlist that just opened up yesterday. So they can go to tradezing.com, sign up for the waitlist. There's a promotion where, again, if you refer X amount of people, you'll be able to actually jump the line and get in sooner. We haven't announced the date that we're actually opening the closed beta. We'll be announcing that shortly. And then after that, then we'll be in an open beta format, probably towards the end of the summer. But the closed beta should be soon, and we'll be having an announcement about that.
I do actually have experience, despite the fact that I seem to be unable to remember the company name several times. This morning when I was prepping, though apparently not well enough for the show, I got on the wait list.
Mhm.
I got on the wait list. I was number 46. And then I got a friend on the wait list and I moved up to number 7. So my question is, have you decided where the cutoff will be when you open that beta? Will it be 100 people? Will it be 1,000? Do you have that number yet?
Yeah, so well, we have the number internally. We'll be announcing that rollout plan.
Fair
So it's going
enough.
to be in different waves. So
Yeah.
it'll be a process where it's every week we'll be rolling out a different amount of passes for people to come onto the platform. But there will be this aspect of FOMO because we have some really big heavy hitters we're announcing in terms of content producers on our platform and other partners as well. So you're going to want to get on the inside very, very quickly, as well as get your handle as well, because that's going to be just like it's a social network end of the day. So you're going to want to be able to make sure you lock up your handle before other people do as well.
And so locking up the handle, because that was one of the things that I liked about it. There's a field that you fill in for the handle that you wish, and then there's a secondary field for if it's taken.
Mhm.
And so presumably my handle choice isn't mine until such a time as I get the message that I'm in.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yep.
The component that I wanted to mention, just to not gloss over it, is that if you refer a friend, you move up on
Yep.
the list. And so you're right, getting in early. You talked about the celebs and the big hitters. Can
Yeah.
you tell us a few of the people that are getting involved?
Yeah, so we just announced Michael Irvin, Hall of Famer, NFL. He's on board with us. He's really a big supporter in helping athletes be fiscally responsible. It's kind of an initiative that he's very concerned about because you have a lot of athletes that go out, make a ton of money, and then just blow it all. And again, what happens after their career? You know, they're in a very difficult position. So financial and fiscal responsibility is really important, as well as helping athletes, professional athletes, navigate this whole new world of NFTs and how to manage their likeness and their brand. So Michael will be a very strong partner on that front, helping us, navigate that, as well as doing his own content on our platform. The other big addition is Food God. So Food God is an international known celebrity for being the biggest influencer in the food space. Also, he's been on a lot of different shows. You can Google him, look him up. Everyone will know who he is. And he's bringing kind of the whole pop culture aspect, and he really truly understands what it takes to be an influencer. So he's going to be able to work with our community of streamers to help them produce really great content. We're really making investments into our content producers, which again, a lot of platforms haven't really done. You know, Twitch and other platforms have been accused of not investing that time or deprioritizing, a lot of those content producers. But for us, end of the day, it's all about the content producers. We're putting a lot behind them.
So these, going back to Michael Irvin,
Yeah.
It sounds like if a young person out there is a D1 sports star, maybe they have some name and licensing things going and they're looking to expand, they could come to your platform. And would they actually be able to get connected with Michael Irvin to learn what they need to do? How interactive will he be? Will
Great
he be
question.
running his own show?
He will have, we haven't announced his format yet, but he will have his own channel, his own page on our platform. He'll be more or less also an ambassador as well on the platform. And then anyone else, that he wants, he could bring them onto his channel as a guest. And they can communicate with him directly, go back and forth. But again, understanding that this platform is really about financially driven conversations.
Sure.
So it's not going to be kind of fluff about
It's
this.
not
and
going to be talking about his sports career.
there's other platforms for that. He has those
Yeah,
other mediums,
yeah.
but this is simply about opportunities within sports and financial space.
And with his broadcasting experience, his shows will be top notch, high quality.
Absolutely.
The production value should be
Absolutely.
remarkable.
It's a great personality, a great guy.
When a person gets the message from you that it's their turn,
Mhm.
how much time does it take to get things set up to be a content producer?
So it's built so that you can start streaming within minutes. It's that easy.
Minutes.
There's a lot of familiar aspects to it that we also have through we have a streamer success manager that actually walks through our partner level streamers and how to utilize OBS and other types of technology to be able to broadcast directly to the platform. So you'll be able to stream from the platform, from the app, from the website, as well as any other on broadcast like OBS type of software.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
You said that I'm fascinated by the beta because
Yeah.
I want to be in. Are there other products down the road that maybe you can talk about, or what are some future visions for the company?
So for us, the big thing for us is opening up our SDK.
Okay.
Because that's going to allow a lot of other players to come in, integrate into our platform, and just really build this exponentially huge marketplace of integrations, which gives a lot more value to the product. End of the day, so that's a big initiative of ours, is going out and securing a lot of these partnerships and integration partners. Beyond that, we have a lot of interesting plans to expand to other mediums.
Sure.
and also, taking a lot of big steps also into the metaverse as well. I can't announce all those plans just yet, but we're doing some really cool stuff.
I understand, and I'm intentionally not asking about the metaverse.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
very involved in the metaverse that was Second Life many years ago.
Sure. Yep.
I'm fascinated by that. I think that's a great niche to get into. I like to ask all the guests, how did you first get into blockchain, Bitcoin? What was your first experience that brought you into this world?
Again, my background, I've always been a technologist. I built as an app developer, so separately I have a digital agency, and I built over 400 mobile apps to date. I'm the only person that actually received praise from Steve Jobs for creating 2 educational apps in the App Store that were the highest grossing educational apps.
Well,
2
you got
iPad
to
2
give us
commercials.
the names of those.
So those were called Intro to Math and Intro to Letters. They were Montessori-based learning applications that I built a couple of years back when Steve Jobs was still around. And we were featured in iPad TV commercials. We were part of the keynote. So did some really cool stuff with that. I built apps for Kim Kardashian, Lady Gaga, 50 Cent. I've done a lot of really cool things.
Wow.
I was also a Forbes 30 under 30 lister. I was presently 37, so I don't make that cutoff anymore. I'm under the 40 under 40 list, but and I've just done a whole bunch of stuff in technology, but just seeing where crypto is going, just knowing that it's something that we need to play in, and even the apps I've built over the years too. I mean, we've always used in-app currency, and we've converted from dollars into in-app currency in games and stuff like that.
Sure.
But cryptocurrency is definitely here to stay. I know it's an issue right now, especially with the App Store. The App Store doesn't let you easily convert into cryptocurrency. You actually have to go out through a web browser to do that. But I like to think that a lot of the regulation will kind of come down. You'll be able to more easily trade and buy crypto, on mobile. So.
Well, that's fantastic. So
Yeah.
your experience with building the apps and those in-world currencies
Gave me a lot of
was
expertise onto that area.
Yeah, the expertise.
That was my first intro to it. But really seeing that there was a problem, it was really the pandemic. So, what's been from the pandemic is just seeing, all these people lose a lot of money through these, a lot of friends, like personal contacts. They just put a lot of money, into the markets and didn't really do that well. And not just crypto, but anything.
I think people look at some of the ones that have done well, that started out at 5 zeros and went up 100x or 1000x, and then they see other ones, and the thought is, oh well, that one will do it, but most coins don't. And that's the point of the Bitcoin conference, is that this is the Cadillac, for lack of a better word, and the folks here are very serious and always preaching about doing your own research. So
Yes.
that's important.
And now you'll be able to do a lot of that research on our platform.
And that is the point of the platform, because right now one has to go out and search the entirety of the World Wide Web. When was the last time anybody actually used the whole name of it? And it's hard, even going to YouTube, because I think you mentioned this earlier, the technical analysis stuff are more designed for people that have been day traders for years. I've traded silver futures, and so those are fine for me, but not for the brand new person.
And especially not for crypto. Crypto is sexy. That's the difference. Bonds and other trade. Again, Gen Z and millennials get into it at some point, but again, crypto has just brought a lot more people to the table, and everyone sees everyone getting rich really quick. But again, on the downside of that, there's a lot of people losing a lot of money. So again, giving people the ability to make informed decisions off of content producers that resonate with them. That's really what we're all about.
You're going to change the community.
We hope so. We hope so.
Jordan, I really appreciate you
Pleasure.
taking the time.
Thank you.
To sit down with me, even though I butchered the name of your company twice. But still, I'm on the wait list, and you're going to see me hanging out there. So I'm glad I got to meet you live and in person.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Welcome back to Blockster TV. My name is Brian Meeks, and I'm thrilled today to be with Edward Rodriguez of BPN Capital Group. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
We talked a little bit off camera and almost went so long that we just forgot to do the live broadcast. They've got a very interesting stuff. Can you start off by telling people about your background and how your life led to starting BPN Capital?
So my background was in quantitative risk analysis. I represented mainly hedge funds, family offices, and large financial institutions, mainly in commercial mortgage-backed securities, and pretty much was introduced to blockchain in 2014, fell in love with the technology. Couldn't sleep the first 2 days.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I started mining because I wanted to truly understand the technology firsthand. As a risk analyst at the beginning, I wanted to make sure that it was pretty much what it was set out to be, what everybody was telling me about it. So started mining, did that for 4 years.
Okay, I want to pause you on the mining because this is interesting to me. There's a lot of people out there. Currently, 1.3% of the world's population owns crypto. Everybody else doesn't. And they don't necessarily understand the term mining. Can you explain in layman's terms what mining means to somebody who has never mined a digital coin?
So the best example I could give you is, let's go back to the 1990s.
Okay.
So when the internet started, a lot of people thought that the internet was Yahoo because it was the biggest application the internet had. So with mining and crypto, the process of mining is the process of confirming transactions on the blockchain, and you get rewarded for that. So I'm going to take it back to the simplest terms again.
Sure.
So again, when a lot of people asked back in the 90s, what was the internet? The answer was a lot Yahoo, right?
Absolutely.
Which it was wrong. Now, today, a lot of people think that blockchain is Bitcoin, right? And it's gotten out of that narrative little by little, but still a lot of people that don't get it don't understand that Bitcoin just runs on blockchain.
Yes.
So it's just like the internet and Yahoo.
Yes.
Yahoo runs on the internet.
That is the best analogy I've ever heard. And so I'm so glad that you took the time to explain it to folks. So you got into mining and you did it pretty seriously, you said, for 4 years.
Attack rate.
And that means you didn't just buy one Bitcoin miner.
Oh, no.
You kept adding to the system. How long did you stick with that first miner before you said, okay, this is real. I need to expand and pour more of my hard-earned money into it?
So when I started at the beginning, my wife was going to kill me, right? Because I took over the garage. I bought $100,000 worth of $100,000 worth of Bitmain miners. There were L plus and then S9s.
Okay.
To mine Litecoin and Bitcoin.
Wow. I mean,
And-
do you remember what your utility bills were once you had it all up and running?
Oh shoot, I don't recall right now, but I remember she's the one that she's an accountant.
She
And
knows.
So she knows, and she's a fraud examiner. So she's like, we don't even know if this is legal. What the hell are you doing? And this is noisy and it's hot. Back then, my son was about 5 years old. So, I mean, she already thought I lost my husband, and then my son got into it.
Oh,
It's like,
at
oh my God,
5.
at 5. So
That's
she's
so
like,
cool.
now I lost my husband and my son. They won't get out of the garage. I mean, it's madness. We started building Ethereum rigs. I know how to code. So we started building Ethereum rigs, and he was helping. You know, so
this is the best father-son
pretty much.
garage project story. It's pretty cool when you build a go-kart.
Pretty much.
But the Ethereum miners, cooler.
Yeah. It was very exciting times.
How old is your boy now?
He's 8 now.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know, probably already working on Wall Street. He's
Well, not yet. Not yet. He's a big soccer fan, so he plays soccer and he learned how to code.
Yeah.
So at 8, so I'll give you an example. Last year he was giving the Bill Gates award at his school.
Really?
And I'm like, why are you giving my son this thing? So when I went back to the school principal, she goes, well, we had some problems with our computers and our analysts and our IT guys were not here. And then your son says he can help. And it was the whole school system. So
love
we
that
get
so
him
much.
in because he's so eager. He's saying, I can fix it. It's just an easy bug. I can get it out of the system.
And he was
So-
maybe 7 at the time?
He was 7.
He was 7.
Yeah. So
And all the adults gathered around.
pretty much.
Just let the 7-year-old fix it.
Pretty much.
That is
Pretty much.
wonderful.
So, and he didn't even tell me about it.
It was I got it.
So when I asked him,
Uh-huh.
like, why are you being given this? And he's like, nothing. So I asked the teacher.
Yeah.
And the teacher goes, oh, no, he saved us. So the teacher goes, he saved us. Man, he pretty much fixed the whole system. And I go, and you don't think that was important for you to tell me about it? It was like, Dad, it was an easy bug. I mean, apparently someone went into a malicious website and didn't clear their cookies, and the virus he was trying to attack, and the antivirus to prevent literally put a bug on the system, and that's why the computers were not turning on.
So he just went in.
He just went in and took care of business.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's I've had a lot of good stories today. That one has won the day.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant. So let's get back to BPN Capital Group and tell us a bit more about the vision, because you're doing something that is good for the masses, which is the idea behind Bitcoin.
Correct.
Can you talk about that?
So pretty much back when I was a quant, I mainly used to represent and build financial structures for that 1%.
Yeah.
Pretty much, and I always ask myself, what if I could do this for lawyers, doctors, accredited investors, qualified investors that have $25,000, $50,000 that they could invest?
Sure.
And the entry price to a lot of my structures were hundreds of millions of dollars. So when I discovered blockchain, it was like everything was leading up to that moment. It's like all the dots have connected.
Yeah.
Not only that, because of my experience and all of the connections I had, I started reaching out to people that I knew that had the same dreams.
Sure.
So, for example, I reached out to one of the SVPs of Citibank.
Okay.
Got him on the phone, spoke to him, and I told him what I'm doing, and he gets excited. He's retired at this point. He goes, "It's brilliant. It's brilliant." So then he connects me with the ex-VP of Apple. And he says, you need someone like him on your team because he understands how to make difficult technology easy to use. He did that with Steve Jobs. This is Jay Elliott I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He did that with Steve Jobs once already. And when he hears what you want to do, he's going to come out of retirement and fall in love with what you're doing.
And apparently he did.
And he did. So he puts us on the phone. He says, Jay, you have to hear what Ed has to say.
Yeah.
I don't care you're not interested in doing any projects. You have to hear what he has to say. So we get on the phone. It was supposed to be a 15-minute call, 3-hour call. It turned into a 3-hour call. And we went back and forward. And when he truly got it, he was like, you don't know what this means to me. It's like I'm meeting Steve all over again. Because you want to change the world.
Yeah.
A lot of people didn't understand that Steve's vision was really about taking the computer out of a computer room and making it to something that everybody can have access to.
Yes.
That was the big dream.
And that was the founder of Bitcoin. Is the dream about freedom, democratization.
Correct. So that is exactly what we want to do at BPN. How can we give access to accredited investors and to people that don't have hundreds of millions of dollars to profit, like the large financial institutions, in risk manageable investments? So when we founded BPN in 2018, the first thing we said was, we got to work with regulation.
Sure.
We have to be able to build something that complies with regulation. Because the reality is, if we want this industry to grow, it has to comply with regulation.
Well, your background is risk management.
Yes.
You doing the analysis. There are certainly plenty of companies out there who are treating it like the Wild West. They're not doing their KYC. They're not doing their AML. But your whole job was risk avoidance.
Pretty much.
And so that's, anytime I hear of a company that starts out with doing their due diligence, that gives me confidence.
Yeah. I mean, even into our NFT drops.
Talk about tell them about your NFTs.
So I'll give you an example. I hate timeshares.
Okay.
Despise timeshares.
Got it.
So pretty much I'm the type of guy that if I don't like something, if I can do something about it, I'm going to do something about it.
What have you done about
So I
timeshares?
created, we have a project in Dominican Republic that is a 3,200 luxury villa project.
Okay.
That's worth about $17.9 billion. And while we were doing that project, putting it together, getting all the permits, talking to the president of the country, we went ahead and said, you know what? What if I actually modify the timeshare structure and give access to people to these villas that typically go between $1.5 to $1.9 million? And instead of having them to have to pay fees every month.
That's why you hate timeshare.
Right?
That's why everybody hates timeshare.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and make an NFT that you pay one time, you buy a membership, you know how many days you have, and pretty much it's a lifetime membership. And if you want to renew it, you renew it whenever you want to use it.
That's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
How long has that product been out, that concept?
That comes out actually tomorrow at 6 p.m.
Well, there you go. You heard it here. I don't know if it was first. He's done a lot of interviews today, but tomorrow at 6 p.m. And that can be found on is it on the same website? Is it a different location?
So they could go, if they want to go to the website directly, they could go to www.paradisenftclub.com.
ParadiseNFTClub.com. Got it.
And pretty much they will have to go through AML. They'll have to go through KYC. We'll check if they are in the OFAC list. And again, we're building a community, and we want to make sure that if you want to be a member and you become a member, you're not sitting right next to someone that is in the OFAC list accused of being a terrorist.
Sure.
Which that's what a lot of people don't really get. I mean, every time I hear someone, I want to create a community through NFTs, and they say they're not going to do AML and KYC, you don't know who's right next to you.
Fair point.
Okay.
I had not thought about that.
You see? And it's, in a sense, it's sad because he also plays out for people to launder money.
Sure.
And that's why I believe that it's going to come to a point. I mean, if we want this industry to stick around and truly grow,
Sure.
we need to be able to make it safe.
Yes, because anytime I talk to somebody new, whether it's an Uber driver or a friend of my mother's, my mom's 80 and she's into crypto.
Yeah.
But her friends aren't. Those are the questions, because the articles that make the newspaper are about the scams. The
That's
bad
accurate.
news is what
That's
people
accurate.
publish, whereas when you're in the world, we understand it's a bit different.
Yeah.
And so
Bad news sell more than good news, right?
it does. And so we talked a little bit about the entry price of $25,000. Tell me about your customer base there. I honestly, I may have already asked this on camera. I don't recall. We were talking about where you're located. And I think that was before we started rolling. Can you?
So we are based in Miami.
Yep.
We have an office in downtown. We have an office in Weston. And pretty much we are set out, and what we are working on building is one of the largest financial institutions that is blockchain friendly. So we sat down and pretty much looked at all the problems that the industry had. One of the big things that we are announcing is, and that's why we actually came to the conference, is if you want to cash out over $1 million worth of crypto today,
Okay.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, or USDC, or any crypto,
Sure.
you have a 75% chance that when you get that money, when you try to get that money from an exchange to your bank account, it gets flagged by fraud. So the fraud department,
75%.
75%.
That's frightening.
It could be in the fraud department for 3 months, 6 months. I have literally heard people say it took them 7 months to get access to their money. So we have built a solution. We partner with multiple financial institutions, and we have built a solution where you can go from Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, or USDT to dollar in a matter of 15 minutes. And you will receive a wire with your money 24 hours later.
That's remarkable.
see?
That is, you're doing a number of things that are absolutely brilliant. I appreciate you, Ed, coming by. Ed from BPN Capital. I learned some things today. I hope you folks learned them today. This has been wonderful. And because he's in Miami, I hope to run into you again.
Yeah,
This was
fantastic.
wonderful. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having us.
Mhm.
Welcome back to Blockster TV. I'm Brian Meeks, and I'm with Chris Carter today, who is going to tell us a little bit about BPN. Why did you get involved in BPN?
Well, most of the times a company approaches you, you have to figure out what the company, what's their brand, where they're going to go into the future, and does that brand match up with your brand? And for me, you know, I'm always into how do I bring value to a company? And with BPN, with Ed, because in this space, there's such a really uncomfortableness, especially as far as athletes and entertainers, about what is the knowledge. So are you going to, how do you get beyond that? And you have to have someone close to you that you trust, and they're smart, and they can talk to you in a language that you can understand. And that's what Ed has been able to do with myself, and also Theo Ratliff. Theo Ratliff was instrumental too in bringing me on, and they brought me on the board and gave me an understanding of what they're trying to do and how the world is changing. Sure. So it's an education from a beginning. And then also at this stage of my life, I've been an entrepreneur 25 years, played 16 years in the NFL. You know, I wanted to get on a couple boards and start interacting with some different people. And that's what BPN presented. And then they began to launch all different types of stuff where they felt like I could be involved. So I thought it was a good partnership.
So at the point that they reached out to you, was that your entry into the crypto world, or had you already been investigating?
I had already been invested in crypto, had a couple different forms of cryptocurrency, and was dabbling. Still not an expert, and I still say that, you know, I'm still a novice, but I do have some friends that have helped explain it to me, and that's why I'm excited about what the future looks like.
That's fantastic. Now, can you talk a little bit about the NFT clubs?
Mm-hmm. We've launched a couple NFT clubs. For one, my number one responsibility at BPN, besides the board seat, is the Emerald NFT Club, and it's based on, the security is $115 million emerald. It's over 1,000 carats. It weighs 260 pounds. Brought out of the mountains in Brazil. One of my business partners, he's the owner of the mine, and so for me, I'm the branding ambassador behind it. And I want to be involved in things that have hard assets. So for me, if you're going to form an NFT club, like, what's going to be the benefits of being in that club? Yeah. One is owning a piece of this rock that has that value on it that will only go up. Last year was worth 112 million. So it's gone up 4 million in a year. And we're going to have 3 events a year, 3 on the metaverse, 3 live in person. I'll be hosting all those events. And then we'll have other benefits being part of that club. So hard assets. We have another one, Paradise, that Theo is over. And it's based on, we're bringing sexiness back to time sharing. So we have 2,000 acres, waterfront ocean property, mountainous with a river going through it. We're going to have 1,000 villas. Theo and I both will own one of the villas there. But the ability to be able to timeshare with real assets, with great resort. It's in Dominican Republic. We go there all the time. 20 minutes from the airport, 20 minutes from the golf course. So those are the types of things that we have seen where we believe we can bring value. They're easy to explain. And, you know, we want people to be part of these clubs that typically when you start a club, there's not going to be women involved. There's not going to be black and brown people involved. So that's one of the selling points for us to get involved, because we can bring awareness to those communities.
Absolutely. What do you think about, you talk about diversity?
Yeah.
I think one of the goals is bridging the gap as far as the wealth gap.
Yes.
And gender equality. Can you talk a little bit about that for us?
Well, all these companies, it comes from the top. There is no, in this industry, there is no barrier as far as economics. There is no barrier as far as education. So you have to be very careful, because when they start things like this, they typically don't include black and brown people. So one thing that we've tried to do, and it's part of our ownership, and if it doesn't start from ownership, it's just a message. Like, you can go on Google right now and Google Fortune 500 companies that decided after George Floyd, we're going to get involved in the social reckoning. We're going to get involved in black and brown people's lives in a different way. They made all these proclamations and everything, but how much has actually been done? But from Ed, from the top, It starts with him. He has seen this after working at those companies, the 1%, they don't even include us in the paperwork. So for Ed, everything that he's done from the beginning is how can I get other people that look like me and you to get involved? How can I get veterans? How can I get women to put them in powerful positions so that they can be exposed to this economic boom that's going on? So that is the way that you're able to change the landscape, change the conversation. But it always starts at the top. And if you don't have someone that's going to champion it, and if you don't have black and brown people at the top or in the room when the conversations start, then we're going to see what we've seen the last 20 years.
That's what I like about the crypto community is the diversity, particularly here in Miami.
Yes.
You have anyone, race, color, opinion, political spectrum, the whole thing. And we all agree on one thing. This is the future.
It definitely is.
And that's why this is spectacular. You're a busy man. I appreciate you taking a few minutes to sit down and talk with us.
Thank you.
Absolutely enjoyable.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, Blocksters, you are chilling with Will, and today I am chilling with Henry Love. Good to have you with me.
Good to have you.
And Henry is a managing partner of a firm called Fundamental that's making some pretty awesome, or has made some pretty awesome investments in the crypto space. How's it been going so far for you?
That's super exciting.
Super exciting.
Yeah.
Super exhausting, isn't it?
I mean, here at Bitcoin conference, and you know, there's a lot of meetings. There's a lot of exciting things happening. So, of course, it's we're spending a lot of time here, but all exciting things.
And so many synergies.
Absolutely.
Everybody is connected in some way, maybe 1 degree or 2 degrees. It's like, oh, I know this guy. I know this guy.
Yeah, and
Or
then
this gal.
and for folks like us that have been in the industry for at least 5-6 years or so, and then obviously there are folks that have been around since 10 years ago, but I'm starting to see friends that are from 5 years ago in 2016, 2017, and many have survived the kind of the quietness of 2018, 2019, and they come out of the woodworks, and of course COVID, and and this is in many ways. After last year's conference, this is a really conference to build and to expand.
Absolutely. In 5 years, Henry, that makes you an OG in crypto at this point.
It's crazy.
I mean, I'm an OG in finance, not necessarily crypto, but what's interesting is the people I know from the finance world, I'm being reunited here in the crypto space. Fundamental. Let's talk a little bit about what Fundamental does and some of the awesome investments that you've made over the last quarter or over the last year.
Yeah,
what are you most proud of?
Yeah, so Fundamental Labs, we've been around since 2016, and we're on to finishing our Fund 5 and moving to Fund 6 now.
Okay.
And so we've only invested in crypto since 2016. As many other institutional funds, we're focusing on perhaps, things that were touching crypto in 2016, we went full on. And then, we invested in the infrastructure in the crypto world. We invested in tokens. We invested in all sorts of things that really shaped the ground floor of this industry. And what it also is what many of these new projects are building on top of.
Right.
And I think for us, we're super proud to be investing in projects that are industry defining. We're investors in Coinbase, we're investors in Chainlink, we're invested in, many of the first layer protocols, and Polkadot and Avalanche and Near. These are all household name these days. With many of the mainstream VCs that were much less focused on crypto now are coming in to make more investment, but are much larger size. So we're excited to see those projects grow. We're also excited to continue to invest in projects that are building on top of those projects that we have already invested into. We've recently made a few big investments that we're really excited to share with you guys as well.
Nice. Now you mentioned Binance, right?
Yeah.
Binance, before when we were talking, Binance is one of them, right? So you got Coinbase, you got Binance, hedging your bets a little bit there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So for Binance, we've been friends with them for a long time. The obviously the Binance HQ, sort of the main platform, is by far and large the largest exchange in the world. Around the globe. They have the most volume. They're the most reliable, arguably so, and they're most inclusive, right? They have included really more tokens than a lot of other platforms that allow whomever to access whatever token that they want to support, and that should be respected in the industry, right? So we're super excited that they're now adding fuel to the fire and to expand in the U.S. More services, more licenses to be more compliant, and they've acquired more licenses internationally as well, such as in Dubai. And with all of that, we're going to bring in a new wave of consumers, a new wave of crypto users, and bring more products to them and to allow them to get educated and grow the industry as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, education is the key for me. Just making people feel comfortable, making people feel knowledgeable. You mentioned some pretty stellar names there in the Web3 space.
Yeah.
Any investments into play-to-earn gaming platforms, NFTs, anything in that realm?
We have a few in the works that we can't announce just yet,
Okay,
but we would love to
okay.
share with you guys more. And we've invested in a few games. You know,
Okay.
a few AAA titles. You know, Metalcore Games is one that we invest in. That's a AAA title that we're fairly excited about. We recently brought on a partnership lead at Meta at Facebook to join our team.
Okay,
To
wow.
go even deeper on and to, you know, invest in more game studios, infrastructure layer in the gaming space. We've invested in many of the NFT infrastructure, such as Metacore, Metaplex, I'm sorry, and in Solana ecosystem.
Okay.
And there's also Arjuna and the Polkadot ecosystem. So we're really investors in things that will last for a long time.
Right.
You know, because we're going to be around for the next 10, 20, 30 years. And we want our projects to also last and for others to be able to build on top of. And we love projects that are like that are kind of ecosystem defining or industry defining.
Blue chips, all these names, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. So,
Yeah. What's interesting to me is that I've been here almost 2 days. I've talked to a lot of people. I have not had a conversation about anything metaverse related.
Okay.
Nothing metaverse related. So I'm
Wow.
hoping you want to let's explore that. So
Okay.
you talk about investing in things that are here to stay or that are going to be stable.
Yep.
Right? My issue is, okay, you have Decentraland, you have all those. Which is going to be the one? Which is going to be the one where I'm going to want to have my art gallery? I'm going to want to be able to walk around with my avatars. I wrestle with this every day.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that you do too if you're looking at investments in this space. Can you talk a little bit about your thoughts on the metaverse, where you think it's going, what you would be looking for as far as a long-term play in investing in a metaverse?
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I think it's the same conversation has happened in 2018, right? About which tokens is going to be the one, right? Which are we going to use Ethereum or are we going to use whatever that's out there, right? I think in the metaverse conversation, what we see is that they're all going to have to interact with each other at one point, right? So the Decentraland and Sandbox, you know, at one point, if they last long enough, they have big enough community, they have to talk to each other. You know, they're rivals now, but you know, in the long term, they have to, just like Solana has to talk to Ethereum and integrate some parts of the EVM, the Ethereum virtual machines to allow Ethereum community to come over and go back and forth, right? So those are the things that you know, right now it seems like it's a total rivalry.
Yeah,
right? It's winner takes all.
Yes,
right.
Yes,
but we don't see it.
So it doesn't have to be. In my mind, it sort of does, because when we talk about things talking to each other, I just think of the old API model. I have something, I make a call, and I get, say, the weather from Google, right, into my app. Metaverse is talking to each other just because they're so different, they're so diverse in how they've been built visually and how they've been built in the solution stack.
Yep.
So I think that is something that might be a little farther out.
But farther out as
out time-wise. I'm not sort of seeing how that would congeal and come together so easily.
Are you a gamer?
I haven't had time lately.
Yeah,
I am.
me neither. Yeah. But
it's
you know,
sort of a guilty pleasure that I don't have time for.
Totally. Yeah, I try to stay distant from gaming because I've played a lot of it growing up, but since you've played games before,
yes,
you can see that becoming a kind of a virtual life version of that, that expands that, and you can take one gaming item into another game, and instead of we finish a game, we put the game down, we have the items or the levels or whatever you've done in one game, and you can port that to another game, and that stays with you just like your life.
We can port some of the avatars or the weapons or the things that we bought as the NFTs.
Yes.
What I've said before is that for me, I used to play SimCity. Like even back when it was SimCity 1, and then through all the versions. And that was really sort of that was the metaverse back then,
Yeah,
right?
totally.
And you know, I look at my experience in SimCity to sort of prepare me for this concept of
Yeah.
of the metaverse. But I haven't been able to spend that much time walking around in other metaverses. Is there
Yeah.
one? Can you say is there one that you spend time in, or that you like, or that you?
Currently in the metaverse, no. You know, I think we're in the ground floor of building that. But I think the example, I love the example that you use for SimCity, right? Imagine SimCity, you're in the game, you're spending a lot of time there, and imagine some of those things that you are spending time to gather, and that is reflected as well in real life.
Right.
Or that has value in real life, right? And then really the metaverse is how we should think about it is this virtual world that is tethered to the real world and has real world value, and real world value will have metaverse value. So we're just creating this adjacent world. It's not this, you know, virtual world that we're entering and not coming out of it. We're always going to have, you know, kind of this two adjacent worlds.
Yeah. I liked SimCity just because I could build it myself.
Yeah.
I like that I'm God in the SimCity.
Yeah.
And then, you know, okay, now I want to walk around. Now I want to drive around. So you could say that a lot of these games that were old school games sort of prepared us for the metaverse. But for me, it's still like I go back to SimCity.
Yeah.
Last question for you. How did you get into being a managing director of one of the top VC funds for crypto? What was your journey like into that? Do you have a finance background? Do you have tech background?
Yeah,
I know you have a gaming background.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the longest term gaming background, right? Because I was born in Japan, in Osaka. So kind of, you know, throughout the 90s, and then kind of played a game with the Nintendo Wave and Game Boy and everything. But, you know, I do have a finance background, so I started my career in finance. But really, I joined actually a Facebook, or now Meta.
Right.
You know, so about 2.5 years working with startups there. And, you know, quickly after that, I joined the crypto world in 2017 through one of the leaders in the space that has been around since 2012, 2013. You know, BitAngels was a group that this founder was founding, and got to know a lot of the early crypto, what we call OGs now, or you know, people that were some of the first miners, or the first, you know, people that were working with Vitalik to found Ethereum, to start the whole trend, right?
What a journey. 日本の生まれましたか？
大阪で生まれました。
すごい。愛知弁。
なんで日本語
話すことができません。But wow, look at that. Great. Speaking Japanese.
That's great.
So yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I mean, you still got it.
So my first two languages are Chinese and Japanese.
Okay.
And now you know, we're expanding to South America for Fundamental Labs. So I'm conversational Spanish. So we'll be in different cities in South America as well.
I just moved from Tokyo to Miami. I've been living in Tokyo for a long time. So in the process of moving the wife and everything to here. It's been
super cool.
It's been a lot of work. So thanks again for your time. This was
thank
an
you so
amazing
much.
discussion.
Really appreciate
Thank you.
that. Will.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hey, Blocksters, good afternoon from Bitcoin 2022. You're chilling with Will, and I'm chilling with Tushar and Rod of one of my favorite companies, Celsius. Gentlemen, how are you?
Fantastic. Thank you for having us on.
That's a great answer. So, little known fact is that this is the first time, is it not, Rod, that you have been interviewed without wearing a suit, or at least a tie?
Suit and tie, and now I hear him in t-shirt in crypto and digital assets. It's great to be here. First time at Bitcoin, and very excited.
So we always talk about at Blockster, what is the crypto lifestyle? What is that's the crypto lifestyle right there.
Exactly.
Coming on, doing an interview, and it's the first time that you can lose the tie.
I mean, it's
comfortable, so you don't choke your
right.
thinking.
It's liberating.
Right. Wow. So Tushar is the Chief Growth Officer and Chief Product Officer, right?
Yeah.
You're dual hatting,
Yeah.
which is impressive. Wow. And Rod, Chief Financial Officer, and you've been the CFO for some big names in the past.
Yeah, so joined about 2 months ago with Celsius, CFO, and before that was the CFO for Royal Bank of Canada, which is a top 10 global
Absolutely.
bank. And so a little bit of shift.
Absolutely. And another little known fact is that Rod is related to the Scarecrow from The Wizard of Oz, whose last name was also Bolger. Do I have that correct?
Ray Bolger.
Ray
I'm not
Bolger.
Sure how much of your audience
All right.
would know that?
Well, but we're old. So I'm 55. I'm old. I remember trivia from Wizard of Oz.
Great.
What I wanted to ask you, Tushar, is, gosh,
Yeah.
You're the chief product officer,
Yeah.
right, in the crypto space.
Yeah.
Which is changing every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's talk about, since we're here at Bitcoin, what role has Bitcoin itself played in your strategy or strategic outlook as far as product development?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the first foray for most people into crypto is really through Bitcoin. So when people think about, they don't think about cryptocurrency without thinking about Bitcoin.
Right.
And so when we think through, how our overall assets are within our platform, and when we think about users, we think about, are we providing the right kind of product? Are we providing the right simple experience? Are we providing the right kind of message? All kind of geared towards Bitcoin for them as well.
Right.
And when we think about bringing on, and internally we don't call them users, we call them people, right? It's like bringing on people, right? People on our platform.
Right.
So when we bring people on, we think through three things. One is, are we making the product simpler every day? So we have a very different philosophy than some of the other crypto platforms.
Right.
Some of the other crypto platforms are like, you have to be bold, you have to be brave to venture into crypto.
Right,
We say the
right.
opposite, which is we have to make it as simple, as frictionless as possible for
Right.
people to come on, which means anyone that is interested in having that as an asset class, Bitcoin,
Right.
should be able to come on. So that's number one,
Right.
simple. Number two is accessible, which is we want to get to as many people as possible to offer them a chance at financial freedom.
Right.
And the third thing is financial literacy and belief, which is, are we educating our people, the
Education.
people?
Yes.
Sometimes they're not ready, and that's okay. We're not pushing anyone to jump into Bitcoin, to jump into cryptocurrency, to get into Celsius. It's like, we just want to make sure that they know that this is available, just
Right.
making them aware of one asset class that they might be interested in. That's how we think about, product. That's how we think about people and Bitcoin.
So two interesting things there, Tushar, is that what you're telling me is that Bitcoin is the Trojan horse to get into crypto, almost,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yeah.
how that's
Yeah.
one of the main gateways, right? The other interesting thing is, from a marketing perspective, and even a product development perspective, is you don't necessarily need to be authoritative in crypto. You want to be trustworthy, but someone said to me yesterday, he said, it doesn't hurt to be vulnerable.
Yeah.
To be able to show a little bit of that vulnerability
Yeah.
as the customer is being onboarded, or the person, as you say, people is journeying into your Celsius ecosystem.
And the way, again, I'll tell you, I'll go one step further. So if people are going through what you'd call the funnel, right, of getting signed up, putting their email address in, getting signed up, what you call customer verification. So you're
Right.
putting your license there, taking a photo of your license, all of that. And at any point, if they fall off the funnel, or they didn't go quite all the way through, they had some kind of an issue in signing up. I know of a lot of companies that would say, well, that's stupid. That should have been such a simple step. With us at Celsius, we say that's our fault. We failed.
Right.
We didn't give them enough information to understand that it's a 4-part process.
Right.
And so at some point they gave up and they left,
Mhm.
right? So that's
Mhm.
on us. Let's improve that process, right? Let's handhold the people, even online or on a mobile app. Let's try to find a way to handhold them,
Right.
and make them, get towards the end of the journey. One of the things we did at Celsius is we added a call center. Where they
Mhm.
said there's so many people that just want to talk to a live person. Sometimes
Yes, me.
yeah. Exactly. Sometimes
Yeah.
they're just stuck, right? Hey, my license photo is not working and I
Yeah.
can't get in, right?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
I want to take a loan, but I'm a little bit worried what happens, when the prices fall. Like, do you just take my assets away?
Right.
And they just want to talk to a person and get comfortable.
Yeah.
So it was an expense item for us, right? Like, but at no point in the executive team do we feel like, hey, it's an expense. Do we want to do this? If the mission is to make it simple for people, we have to make it simple for people.
Yes.
That's the mission.
So I think this is a great point that I would like to drill on the whole KYC process, which
Yeah.
is in crypto, as a user that is being onboarded to a crypto wallet or any exchange with Binance, it's not a good experience.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that you have spent a lot of time on the customer journey on that. But Rod, what about from your perspective, KYC? Is there anything that Celsius is doing that is value added or that is making that process more frictionless, more value added?
Well, I think on a broader scale, what Celsius is trying to do is make sure that what we do is within the appropriate confines of the regulations so that we can grow the industry, grow the ecosystem. This is an industry that needs to be regulated. It needs to, so that people feel safe. So that people don't fall out of the funnel. They say, okay, I have to do this when I open a banking account.
Yep.
You know, open a crypto account with Celsius. It makes sense. And so we need that safety and security so that trust can be built. And we can grow our, we call it, our people, our community base, without having that funnel fill up and more people, the next 100 million, come to Celsius and come to crypto. This is just going to feed on itself.
It is.
Because it's an equalizer, right? There's a lot of products where I come from that aren't accessible to the masses. They're made for wealthy people. They're not made for people because they're not scalable.
Right.
Because they're too difficult. But this is the combination of financial services and technology together that is scalable, and then everyone can be treated equally. Everyone can have the same opportunity. And that's one of the exciting things. And KYC, it's just the cost of doing business. We have to do
now
it.
It is, yes.
And so we have to do it and make it as good as possible
Yes.
for our community. But it's also something that is necessary.
Yeah.
So when I was on Wall Street, we reached a point where mergers and acquisition slowed, and IB sort of came to slow down. We were in the business to please the regulators, right? So everything was pleasing the regulators, KYC, AML. Now we're having this conversation every day about regulation in crypto, and I'm sure that you've had this conversation or some variant on it probably 100 times since you've been here in the last few days. But is there anything that you see coming down the pike, say short term to midterm, in the next 6 months to a year, that will have a positive impact for crypto adoption?
Yeah, so I think there's, in general, if you think about 2021, this was, so first let's go even a few years back. This is one of those, as Rod alluded to it, this is one of those first asset classes where 99.9% of the people have had access to it before the rest of the institutional folks, the rest of the high net worths, right? The private wealth management, they've woken up and they've said, okay, we should pay attention to this asset class, right? Like Bitcoin in particular, has truly a following to it. It's a real, store of value, right? Some people might consider it a form of exchange, but it's a real store of value. And people have been largely ignoring it in the institution, high net worth, and private wealth management. So 2021 was that adoption. So you already saw, prices go up. You're now starting to see it go mainstream. Now, if you think through that and expand it, where would Bitcoin go next, right? It does, is regulation good, bad? Rather than commenting on good or bad, the way I think about this is it provides clarity. Right now, there is a lack of clarity and I'm just saying in general jurisdictions globally, right? There's a lot of lack of clarity. And once you get clarity, what that allows you to do is it allows you to move faster. So when you think about adoption, when you think about having the right marketing message, being able to, for me personally, being able to build products, I have that clarity because now there's a framework that's handed over to us, right? How our business models and monetization work from Rod's vantage point, right? There's clarity there as well.
Right. Interesting. Yeah.
I was talking to a banker today, and they were worried that without regulation, their revenue streams are going to be disintermediated by this industry. Because they see the flows moving that way. And so they are asking for regulatory clarity. And everyone wants the regulatory clarity. And the regulators want that as well.
Sure.
They're just trying to figure out
Sure.
exactly how to do it in the best way,
Yeah.
the most favorable way. So I think everyone is moving in the right
Yes.
direction.
Yes.
And it's inevitable. It just takes a little bit of time. You have
It
something
is.
so new.
There's that knee-jerk reaction that all regulation is bad. Just like we used to learn that the IRS is bad, but they want to work with you. If you, so I think the regulators. I use the same analogy. They understand the benefit to everybody of working things out and achieving that clarity.
I think the real shift there is education of the people that are in decision making positions as well.
Right.
So it's not so much is this regulation good or that regulation
Yeah.
good. It's the people that are making the decisions.
Yeah.
Do they have the right information to be able to make the right decision?
So,
Because
yeah,
you have
yeah.
to fundamentally believe that they're trying to make the right decision in the interest of the people. Right now, the
Right.
only question is, are they informed, well informed enough
Right.
to get to the right decision? And anything that we can do to inform them, I think, is
Right,
generally good.
I think they're still asking the question: are William and Tushar money launderers? You know, are they? What are they? What are they doing? And yes, there is an education that needs to be grassroots and pushed up.
Yeah.
There's thought leadership there.
Ironically, with the blockchain, what I'm learning is there's a trail. So it's actually more auditable.
It is.
And
Yes.
you can see where the
Yep.
money is going. And oftentimes that can be stopped more easily
Right.
Through digital assets
Yep.
than it can through traditional money, which oftentimes goes somewhere without a trace.
Right. Absolutely. Last question. I'm going to change it a little bit.
Yeah.
Something a little bit more fun. NFTs. Anything that you're into on games? So we're talking
I
about
can-
blockchain. So what guilty pleasures do you have? there,
I can
Tushar?
tell you my point of view, and it might be controversial,
Okay.
slightly polarizing as well. I'll just say it.
We love controversy.
So when you think about NFTs, right?
Yeah.
In my mind, there are two categories of NFTs, right? I seem to be much more of a supporter of one of the categories. One category is what you call like Bored Apes and those kind of
Mhm,
things, right?
mhm.
Like newly minted, and like they are, in my mind, there's a lot of speculation there,
Right.
Like people are buying it because
Right.
they feel that there is more value in it.
Right.
Then there's a different set of NFTs, which is what you might consider some kind of collectible.
Mhm.
And now you're finding a way to tokenize it
Right.
because the T in NFT is tokenizing.
Right.
So you can trade it more easily.
Right.
So I'll tell you one of the tokens that I heard about is Lionel Messi's first goal for Barcelona.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
Now someone can actually make a token of it, which they
Yes.
did,
Right.
and that can be traded around. To me, there's value in that.
Right.
Right? Because I can see the immediate value, the
Mhm.
hand of God for Maradona, right? Same thing
Right.
on football
Right.
reference, or Tom Brady's first Patriot touchdown pass.
Sure.
I can imagine tokenizing that,
Yeah.
and then almost having that as a baseball trading card. There's value in that I see
Right.
as an NFT.
Yes.
I don't see as much value directly
Yeah.
in the first category, but clearly I must be missing something.
Yeah.
So there's a huge kind of
I'll give two different lenses. One in your first category,
Yeah.
the Bored Apes. Look, it should be a free world, right? It's a free country,
Mm-hmm.
and if somebody wants to spend that sort of money and it makes them happy, that's fine. They
Right,
can do that.
right.
And so there's a little bit of ego involved, perhaps, but there's also it's a free market. And so, are the prices going to stay there? Are they going to go up? Yes, there's speculation, and there's going to be a lot of NFTs that end up being worth nothing, and
Most
they're
will.
selling for nothing. But by the same token, I think there is token pun intended. There is the opportunity to tokenize real world examples. And I just met with an early stage company today. I'm not going to give it away because I don't want the copy, but they are tokenizing real world examples, and people will be able to tokenize real estate, and people will be able to invest in that safely and effectively, and people will be able to live in that. And it's going to change the marketplace, and that's exciting. You're going to take out fees. You're going to take out all kinds of
Settlement
other elements
times, yes.
And by the way,
to
that is-
simplify the system. So
and-
that's
yeah.
going to be a way, I think, that links up the digital asset world with the real world. That's going to be tangible and beneficial.
and that is non-fungible as well, right? Because it's not like one Bitcoin to one Bitcoin exchange. It's just on the real estate side, not on the art side.
Right. Right. So we didn't even really get that much into utility, but I thank you for the insight. the camera crew's been working overtime today. They've done a
Thank you,
great
guys.
job. I wanted
Yeah.
to say thank you to everybody that has stuck it out. Thank you, Tushar.
Yeah. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That
we're
was
big,
great.
We're big fans of Celsius.
Thank you.
The interview with Nuke was fantastic, and James has been a pleasure. So
Great.
I hope that you both do come to our after
Yeah.
party tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'd love to see you.
We will have it on the calendar, and,
Yeah.
and thank you for being one of the people that we call community.
Yeah, thanks. Cool. Hey, and you're gonna hook me up with one of those cool Celsius t-shirts. Oh, maybe
yeah.
I'll even trade you a Blockster shirt for a Celsius.
How about that?
shirt.
Deal.
I gotta go find one now, but there's a bunch there.
All
Good.
right,
All
we'll
right.
go do it.
All right. Great.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks.